Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says the US and Iran have had productive conversations about a complete and total resolution to the conflict in the Middle East, but Iran say no negotiations have taken place. Meanwhile, the UK Prime Minister holds an emergency COBRA meeting to tackle safety concerns after Keir Starmer and the US President speak on the phone. And in New York, a pilot and co-pilot are dead after an Air Canada plane collides with a fire engine at Lagardia Airport. Now, Donald Trump says the US and Iran have held talks on the complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. As a result of the talks, he's postponed the strikes on Iran's power plants. But Iran's news agency has said the Strait of Hormuz will not return to pre-war conditions, adding that no negotiations with the US have taken place. Speaking earlier, the US president said Iran wanted to make a deal. Take a listen.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Let's get the thoughts and opinions of Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, as always, thank you so much for joining me on the show. No problem. So we just heard there from President Donald Trump, very positive tone, but Iran has contradicted President Trump and says no talks with the US have taken place. Do you think Donald Trump has blinked first?
Oh, I don't think so at all. First, talks are going on. They've always been going on, but this is the normal way that countries interact during a conflict and without a conflict. So this isn't limited to Iran. I worked in administrations in the past, and this is exactly what's going on. Whether they're talks or negotiations, we can debate it, but the contexts have been there since the beginning of the conflict. My understanding from White House sources is that actually a meeting is scheduled to take place, possibly later this week, in Pakistan. So there might be an in-person meeting. However, we have to put this in context, Leigh Ann, is the president now has extended the 48-hour deadline that was to expire in about 7 or 8 hours to 5 days. That means two things. First, there are talks going on, and there will be negotiations. And secondly, that gives the president time to actually position key U.S. assets, principally the USS Tripoli and Boxer, that have Marines and amphibious forces to be able to seize Karg Island and other points along the Iranian coast to open the Strait of Hormuz. They're just not prepared to do that currently. So I think the president is doing two things: putting the pressure on. We have a few days until the assets arrive, have some type of, his preference, negotiated solution, or he will use military force.
Adolfo, we have heard from Iran, but we are still waiting to get a response from Israel. Could we see significant pushback from Tel Aviv after Trump's move towards de-escalation? Because we know that there's two theaters of war happening at the moment. Israel when it comes to Lebanon, Israel when it comes to Iran. Is this going to be music to Benjamin Netanyahu's ears, or is this going to put a real spanner in the works for Israel?
Well, that's an excellent question. There's always these allegations, particularly by Iran and other detractors, that somehow the U.S. is taking direction from Israel. It's not. They're bifurcated interests. They align often. We do want the proxies eliminated, and we want Iran neutralized. But Israel has a different agenda. Israel, from the beginning, has called for a regime change. The president has said that's desirable, but has never committed the United States to compel that. So there are different interests. There's no question. I think Israel is going to be disappointed, frankly, Leigh Ann, if there is a negotiated deal of any kind and the current regime, although very much weakened, remains in power. Israel's agenda is to actually end the dictatorship and install a new government. But keep in mind that as we speak and the so-called negotiations are going on, Admiral Cooper today, our fleet commander, reported that the attacks have only stepped up by both Israel and the United States. So the war is still on, and we have yet to see what will happen in the next few days regarding the Strait of Hormuz or something more broader than that. But you're right. Israel's agenda is different than the United States, but ultimately the United States is key to any type of military operation in Iran that would lead to Israel's desired goal. So a long way of saying the war could end before Israel wanted to.
Yes, I guess, Adolfo, what you're saying is a reflection of what a lot of people are thinking. We still to hear from Israel, as I did say. But the war launched by the US and Israel against Iran, as I speak to you, Adolfo, it's entered its 24th day. And many people are asking the question, who has the upper hand right now? And we also don't know Iran's military capability and what remains. But they are inflicting global economic damage. We spoke about the Strait of Hormuz, those rising energy prices globally.
Well, again, an excellent question. But I have to tell you first, the president announced at the beginning of this excursion, as he's called it, that this would take 4 to 6 weeks. We're at the halfway point first. So taking on a country like Iran with 93 million people and its incredible military arsenal can't be accomplished in a few days. We're in year 5 in Ukraine. So that's an example. I don't think it's going to take years, but it's certainly going to take more than 21 or 22 days.
But Adolfo, sorry to interrupt.
And the president said that initially. Be clear. He never said it was a 3-week war. He said it was going to be at least 6 weeks.
But I guess this has global ramifications. If this went on for 5 years, like you suggested the Ukraine war would, that would cripple the global economy. It's a different situation.
Well, but here's the problem with that analysis. I understand that. I guess that was the strategy of the 1930s with respect to Hitler. President Trump has referred to Iran, as the greatest threat since World War II. He's referring to Hitler. And of course, we saw that despite their lies, that Iran has missile capacity, intercontinental missile capacity to reach Diego Garcia, which is very, very far, double what they had said they had, which those types of missiles are only used for nuclear weapons. Suffice it to say, and President Trump, to answer your question, said the following: you're not going to have to worry about the stock market, the world economy, if Iran possesses nuclear weapon. These fanatics would use them. So we have to pay a price and suffer for a short period of time, as we are globally, to rid the world of this menace or at least cripple it. So if that is Iran's strategy, by the way, Leigh Ann, what you've described, create economic chaos. It's creating it in the Gulf, attacking civilian and infrastructure and oil infrastructure for our Arab allies, with the hope that the entire world will clamor to push the United States to say uncle and give up. That is their strategy. I understand their strategy. We just can't fall prey to it. We have to stay the course. And if we have a negotiated settlement, one that can be verified, which we haven't even talked about, the key thing here is their uranium, their refined uranium and their uranium capacity. That has not been addressed. This war cannot end until that matter is resolved. And that is not even something that we have addressed militarily to date effectively.
Adolfo Franco, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis.
Thank you so much.
Let's continue this conversation with Major General Dr. Rand Kocher, Senior Advisor, Defense Research and Studies at Manohar Prakita Institute of Defense and Strategic Analysis in New Delhi. Major General, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. There's been a lot of news around today, but are Turkey, Egypt and Pakistan quietly mediating between the US and Iran? And if so, how significant is this?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. It's a very, very interesting question right at the beginning. See, if the President of the United States is making a statement that certain kind of negotiations are going on, then we have to accept what he's saying, and it's not hearsay. So I would definitely go along with President Trump on this, that there are some kind of backdoor communication taking place between these countries. Mm-hmm. Nobody has confirmed as of now that it is Turkey, Egypt, or Pakistan. It is only what we are hearing from some open sources. So in case we tend to go by that, you may also include Oman and Qatar also into this entire equation, because these are the countries right from the inception, they have been organized, or they have been part of the negotiation. So I won't take it beyond that point to say that Oman and Qatar are also part of this negotiation. And definitely certain inputs are there with President Trump to make this statement. So I would like to go by that.
And why has President Trump delayed strikes on Iran's power plants? And what does it mean for the Strait of Hormuz? Because yesterday we heard there was 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, and Donald Trump has changed his mind quite dramatically in a short time frame.
Leigh Ann, there's a background to that, because the moment Trump made this statement about this 48 hours and opening of the Strait of Hormuz and threatening Iran on strikes on its power as well as the desalination plants, there was a riposte from Iran also, because Iran also made it very, very clear to the Americans that the moment you do that, we would be at liberty to strike all the power centers, energy centers, and the desalination plants which are there in the Gulf countries where the US bases are there. So I think that has had a salutary effect on Trump, because it is something like a mutual destruction syndrome. Because if I destroy yours and you destroy mine, so that leads us to a no solution or no kind of a way you forward. So I think Trump has mellowed down on that now, and he has retracted his statement accordingly.
And we have now entered day 24 of the war. How effective has Iran's military campaign been so far? And what does it mean for regional stability?
Leigh Ann, I would, if you allow me, I would like to give you a dispassionate answer based on my military knowledge and based on my military analysis. You see, what has happened is that you are fighting. Now, Iran is fighting against a superpower and a mini superpower who have a preponderance of their air force, a preponderance of their naval power, and the preponderance of their missile and all elements of air power. So in spite of that, if Iran has been able to hold on for 24 days, and I'm given to understand that it can still hold on for another 24 days, it shows that Iran was prepared for it, because most of its facilities, if you would see, are underground and well below 100 meters. It actually implies that none of your GBU 57 bunker busting bombs can reach there. So I think even after 24 days, in case Iran is able to fire all those missiles, and including that Khorramshahr 4 and 5, which has a range of 4,000 kilometers, that has taken everybody by surprise. So that signifies that the residual power, or the missile power or the drone power, I would say, that which Iran enjoys today is still there. And the assessment which has been made by statements of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, saying that 92% of their missile powers has been destroyed, I don't think it's a very, very a correct assessment because Iran has prepared for the last 30 years. Most of its facilities are underground. It has developed the mosaic kind of strategy in which a decentralization of its IRGC has been obtained. So I think overall, Iran has been able to do a fairly decent job.
And Major General, just before I let you go, I've got about a minute left with you, but I wanted to talk about Iran's war. It's had an impact on India's economy. The country is battling higher oil prices, lower currency, and pressure on remittances. How concerning is this? And also, just before I spoke to you, we did get some news that 2 more Indian-flagged tankers had managed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So some positive news there for India.
Definitely, we enjoy a fairly decent relationship with Iran, though I would not say that to be a very, very close relationship. On case-to-case basis, Iran is releasing our tankers 2 at a time, and we still have 20 to reach us. So I think it's a long way to go, but slowly the trickle has started. And definitely, I agree with you that it has impacted India. It has, as a matter of fact, not only India, Japan, China, all these, South Korea, especially all these countries who are dependent upon this oil and gas, from this region. We are largely impacted in terms of gas because in terms of crude oil, we have an arrangement with the Russians, we have an arrangement with the Americans. We'll be able to overcome that shortfall. But definitely gas is going to be a concern for us, especially the LPG part of it. And we are trying to diversify into our supplies. We are going even up to Africa, Nigeria, Angola, Australia. United States also has been fairly cooperative as far as the gas is concerned. But definitely, I tend to agree with you. The impact is going to be there on the Indian economy. It is going to affect our inflationary levels. And of course, the rupee has also undergone a surge against the dollar. So I think it is worrying times for all the countries which are dependent on the Gulf region.
Major General Dr. Ranj Kochhar, thank you so much for joining me. Pleasure to have you on the show.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has chaired an emergency Cobra meeting today following a phone call with US President Donald Trump. The 2 leaders discussed the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, calling it essential to resume global shipping. Speaking earlier today, Starmer told reporters the UK would not get dragged into the Iran war. Take a listen.
Well, look, we carry out assessments all the time in order to keep us safe, and there's no assessment that we're being targeted in that way at all. But of course, it's my job to ensure that British interests, British lives are always uppermost in my mind. What we need here is de-escalation. We need, and that's why we had a statement from a number of countries last week about what we need to do about the Straits of Hormuz, which obviously needs careful coordination and a viable plan. But it's very important we defend our interests, we defend British lives, but without getting dragged into the war. And that's the clear divide I've put in place. Yes, defend our interests, defend British lives. No, not get dragged into the war.
Let's go live to London to speak to former political advisor to Britain's Prime Minister, John McTernan. John, as always, great to have you on the show. It's been a busy day, hasn't it? As always at the moment. But First of all, we heard from Keir Starmer there just briefly. He's answering questions in front of the liaison committee today. But how should the UK navigate protecting its interests while avoiding being drawn deeper into this Iran conflict?
Well, I think you really have to have a very clear principle. So abide by international law at all times, and then secondly, you need to have a pragmatic principle, which is not to get dragged willy-nilly behind whatever the United States president wants to do, because it's been very clear since the very first hours of this conflict that the American war aims are not entirely clear. They've been varying in what they're intending to do. They've been varying in what their measure of success is. And now they're suggesting that even though the Straits of Hormuz are being closed or monitored, or the Iranians are holding them in a kind of hostile situation, that in some sense it's going to be the responsibility of the European Union and the UK to patrol and protect the safety of the Straits of Hormuz. So I think Keir Starmer's right. Stand back out of this. He's right to say we have British soldiers in the region, whether they're based in the Middle East or whether we have our air force over in Cyprus. We have allies who are being attacked, and allies who expect us to defend them with technology that we have that they don't necessarily have access to. So it's a very complicated situation. But the sooner both sides really start talking, and the sooner you get to something like an acceptable ceasefire and then acceptable terms for a settlement for peace, the better for the whole world. This is already impacting. Your previous guest from India knows how big the potential impact on agriculture in India, and putting aside the impact on inflation, the impact on electricity prices, probably the reverberations of this are already, after 3 weeks, 4 weeks, the reverberations, the cleanup is going to go on for 3 to 4 years.
And that's so interesting, isn't it, John? Because we just talked a little bit about Keir Starmer and the decisions he's made. You said he's done the right thing. He has been criticised, obviously, in some respects for not supporting the US sooner. We must get that in. But he's going to hold this Cobra meeting. It's important to talk about that. And also these global oil supplies, they're down 20%. That's significant. So what levers do you think the government is actually considering, as you and I speak to each other, to tackle that cost of living impact that's real and it's happening to lots of people living in the UK right now?
Yeah, look, I think the right thing to do on cost of living is to respond to real pressures, but to target any help. The last government, the previous government, the Tory government, were very untargeted in the help that they gave, and really in a situation where we are, tightly constrained financially, the government should focus what it does. Secondly, the government must do everything it can to encourage people towards a speedier take-up of access to renewable energy. The more people who install heat pumps or install solar panels, the sooner you get people off dependency on electricity and start to generate their own, and the costs cover themselves within a few years. So you've got a kind of situation where the transition to renewable fuels, the transition to a decarbonised network actually becomes much more important. And the lost decade and a half with the Tory government, who made no progress on renewables, is regrettable, because had we spent 14 years building nuclear power stations, installing solar panels, encouraging the take-up of heating pumps, then a lot more people would have been insulated, in the way the Spanish population are insulated from the impacts of the geopolitical catastrophe that is this war.
John, we're not going to get into heat pumps, but extremely expensive, a lot of money to install up front. That's another day conversation that you and I can have. But we're going to stick to the brief at the moment. Yeah. And Trump says Iran wants very much to make a deal. So we've been hearing from Donald Trump today this real positive tone. He says he's speaking to a top person in Iran. Interestingly, John, it's not the supreme leader. But how significant do you think the phone call was between Keir Starmer and Trump for easing tensions in the Middle East? Or do you think Trump just doesn't listen to Keir Starmer anymore after calling him not Winston Churchill? We saw a skit on SNL on the UK which Donald Trump retweeted. So he hasn't been Starmer's biggest fan, has he?
No, look, I mean, you have to say that President Trump is no FDR. So you want to compare wartime leaders to wartime leaders. The comparison should be made on both sides. And I think the relationship between Britain and the UK is strengthened when one side stands up to the other. The depth of the relationship can be tested by disagreements, but is never destroyed by them. And so I think the calls show the reality, which is that the US wants to keep the UK Prime Minister informed. The President wants to speak to the UK Prime Minister, because when this is settled, and all wars have to end in a peace treaty of some sort, when this is settled, it'll be the major nations globally who have to be part of the settlement, and that is the EU, it's the UK. The UK is still a permanent member of the UN Security Council. So the relationship remains an incredibly powerful one. And I think it goes to the heart of the politics that President Trump does sometimes wish that everybody agreed with him. And he obviously wishes that sometimes he can make things happen that aren't happening. So it's not clear that he is talking to anybody in Iran who has the ability or the authority, the capacity to actually come to an agreement. Because the agreement needs to be not the kind of temporary ceasefire that is negotiated sometimes in the Middle East. It's got to be a permanent ceasefire, and that permanent ceasefire is going to have to be without regime change. And that's going to be a big thing for the president to swallow, that he's been involved in a war of aggression, but that he's not achieved its intention. And it's the collateral damage has been to almost every other economy in the world. I mean, the US insulated a bit because it is a net exporter of oil, fossil fuels, but it still has an impact in inflation because all the inputs that come from outside. So a situation where the president himself ran on an anti-inflationary cutting prices platform when he became president, he's now causing the biggest shock to prices globally. You need partners to help you get yourself out of it. He's dug a hole. The UK and the EU are going to need to be part of the solution, but the solution has to be an end to the aggression and an acceptance that regime change in other countries has to come from within those countries. You can't impose regime change from the air.
John McTernan, yes, of course, Donald Trump has always made clear he was the affordability president. But thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A British couple who have been jailed by Iran say they feel frightened by the war and abandoned by their government. Craig and Lindsay Foreman have been in Iranian custody since January 2025 under espionage charges while on a global motorbike journey. In response, the British Foreign Office said it will continue to pursue the case with the Iranian authorities. The French far-right party National Rally has failed to win in major cities in municipal elections. The setback has given hope to embattled mainstream parties ahead of next year's presidential election. President Trump says immigration and customs enforcement will assist airport security as the DHS shutdown does continue. Travelers in the US are facing hours-long line as a result of the partial shutdown. The DHS has gone without funding since mid-February after Congress failed to reach an agreement, leaving normal airport security staff without pay. And North Korea's Kim Jong-un has been reappointed as the President of State Affairs after the nation convened the first session of its Supreme People's Assembly. The Assembly is the kingdom's rubber-stamp legislator that formally approves state policy and meets following a ruling Workers' Party Congress to turn those decisions into law. Markets across Asia tumbled on Monday as escalating tensions in the Middle East drove oil prices higher, raising concerns over the impact of regional economies. Shares in Japan and South Korea fell sharply as investors reacted to the prospect of higher energy costs lasting longer. And for important dependent economies like Taiwan, the impact is already being felt.
Fuel prices in Taiwan rose again on Monday, the second increase since the Iran crisis began. At a petrol station in Taipei, drivers say the pressure is mounting.
Of course it's a big impact. We're out driving every day. The fuel prices have gone up so much, and we're really losing out.
Before, filling up the tank cost just over $1,000. Now it's more like $1,500 or $1,600.
Taiwan relies almost entirely on imported energy, leaving it highly exposed to global price swings. To manage that, the government uses a price smoothing mechanism, limiting how much fuel prices can rise at any one time, with state-run CPC Corporation absorbing part of the increase. But while that helps cushion sudden spikes, the steady increases are still adding up.
I just hope the war ends soon. Once it's over, the prices will come back down.
At major energy facilities like the Guangtang LNG terminal and Taoyuan refinery, authorities are working to maintain stable supply. But with global markets under strain, the question is how long that buffer can hold if higher prices persist. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Bitcoin has jumped by 4%, reaching just above $71,000 since the all-time high price last October. The cryptocurrency lost almost half its value, sparking fears that a similar crash to 2022 could occur. US tech firms owned by billionaire Elon Musk, SpaceX and Tesla will build 2 advanced chip factories at a sprawling facility in Austin, Texas. Musk said that the demand for his companies would eventually exceed total global chip output, which is expected to produce 1 terawatt of computing capacity a year. Turning to all the sports news now, when world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz has been knocked out of the Miami Open in the 3rd round after a defeat by Sebastian Korda. Alcaraz began the year by winning his 7th Grand Slam title with a triumph at the Australian Open, while Korda has never gone further than the quarter-finals. And Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola hails his squad's victory against Arsenal in the League Cup final as a special moment after a difficult period that threatened their season. City's 20th defeat of Arsenal was Guardiola's 16th major trophy since taking charge in 2016 and his record 5th for the club in the League Cup. An Air Canada pilot and their co-pilot have been killed after their plane collided with a fire engine at Lagardia Airport in New York. The aircraft had taken off from Montreal on Sunday evening with 72 passengers and 4 crew on board. 41 were taken to hospital, some with serious injuries. Authorities have warned of cancellations and road closures as a result of the incident. Take a listen.
The plane carried 72 passengers and 4 crew. The ARFF vehicle carried 2 officers. In accordance with our emergency plan, our mutual aid partners, FDNY and NYPD, immediately responded. Initial numbers indicate that 41 passengers and crew were transported to the hospital, as well as the ARF officers. At this time, we understand that 32 have been released, but there are also serious injuries. It is anticipated that the airport will be closed at least until 2 p.m. this afternoon to facilitate the investigation by NTSB, which has already begun to be on site.
Let's get the latest with former NYPD Police Detective Darren Portia. As always, Darren, great to have you on the show with me. So, Darren, we know flights have now resumed at Newark Airport. What's the latest from authorities there? And also, can you tell us a little bit more about how the shutdown is affecting air traffic control?
Well, this is a challenging narrative, to say the least. And what happened in this particular instance is we had a plane that was arriving. And when it arrived on the runway, air traffic control was simultaneously directing two police officers that were driving a fire vehicle that were responding to a call of a smoking airliner. So it was up to the air traffic control tower to ensure that the coordination was quintessential. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So as a result, we had the airliner that crashed, the Canadian airliner crashed into the fire vehicle that was being driven by the 2 police officers. That that airliner was moving at 100 miles an hour when it hit the fire control truck, subsequently killing both the pilot and the co-pilot. Now we have a shutdown as it relates to the entirety of LaGuardia Airport up to, they're expecting 2 p.m. We have the NTSB, which is our national investigatory entity that focuses on these transportation-related accidents, that's conducting an investigation. But one of the challenges that the air traffic control tower would have would be there's been a staffing shortage amongst air traffic controllers on a national level, and they haven't filled the attrition rate. And so when we look to the later hours, there's a good possibility that you had less air traffic controllers working at that point in time. On top of that, we have a shutdown, government shutdown, which is impacting on the TSA agents. And those are the individuals that conduct the searches and process people into the airport so they can board the plane safely. We don't have enough people working the TSA ports coupled with this, and it's now created somewhat of a combustible situation as it relates to us having these delays in LaGuardia. And LaGuardia, although it's a national airport, the localized impact of this is going to be felt on a global level, because you have a lot of connecting flights that will fly to other states in the United States, transfer into flights coming into LaGuardia. So we have a bottleneck that's occurring as we speak.
So, Darren, it's really interesting because you said this has come into a combustible situation, and we spoke about the staffing shortages in air traffic control and also TSA. What's led up to this moment? Why is the US facing this in LaGuardia Airport?
This is basically a failure of our elected officials in Congress. You have the Democrats that are that are looking to block a bill that's being pushed forward by the Republicans. The Democrats want more provisions against the ICE agents. The ICE agents are basically the law enforcement component that's responsible for deporting individuals that are in the country illegally. The Democrats want more ramifications or more support components attached to ICE, such as the ICE agents not being able to wear masks, and the ICE agents should be forced to have a warrant when they enter a private residence or a business. Those are the points of contention as it relates to the shutdown. So as a result of that, we have TSA agents that are not being paid. Upwards of 400 TSA agents have since left that job. And we also have skeleton crews working in TSA, because you have a lot of the TSA agents that are simply not coming to work. They're calling out sick because they're not getting paid. Ultimately, it's the customer that is flying in these airports that's shouldering the burden. And that's where we have these massive delays, as you see on your screen.
Yeah, terrifying, isn't it, when you break it down for us, Darren, and what's behind it all. But if I could just end the interview, we don't have long left, but what more do we know about the two pilots that lost their lives? And, of course, many passengers, sadly, were indeed injured.
It's unfortunate. We haven't had an identification that's been introduced because the family needs to be notified first. But the landing aircrafts do have the right of way at an airport. So I can't see blame being levied on the pilots. This will be something that we have to look towards the air traffic controllers, because they're responsible in maintaining the causeways on that airport.
Darren, Portia, as always, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. Trump says the US and Iran have had productive conversations about a complete and total resolution to the conflict in the Middle East, but Iran say no negotiations have taken place. Meanwhile, the UK Prime Minister holds an emergency COBRA meeting to tackle safety concerns as Keir Starmer and the US President do speak on the phone. And in New York, a pilot and co-pilot are dead after an Air Canada plane collides with a fire engine at a LaGuardia airport. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, as Saudi Arabia continues to invest heavily in infrastructure, manufacturing and trade corridors, the ability to move goods efficiently across borders has become more critical than ever, making logistics absolutely central to the kingdom's economic transformation. We're going to find out more now about GWC, a major logistics and supply chain solutions provider, expanding its footprint across the region, including with significant new facilities in Jeddah and soon in Riyadh as well. Well, Matthew Cairns is the CEO of GWC. We can cross to him now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Matthew. Could I just start by asking you to tell us in your own words, what is GWC and what exactly do you do?
So GWC is a GCC-based logistics service provider with a real end-to-end service offering across the full value chain. We've been around just over 20 years now, with 4 million square meters of logistics facilities across the GCC. We operate all the core markets, and we're looking to grow now as we sort of substantially expand beyond the state of Qatar.
Okay, and obviously Saudi Arabia very much at the heart of the transformation that's underway right across this region. Tell us why the kingdom's so important for you at GWC.
Absolutely. So it is an integral part. You know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is really the anchor, if you like, of the region. It's the by largest market for us and obviously everyone else. And for us, as we serve our customers, we recognize that we really need to develop a solution into the kingdom. I'm very pleased to say that quite recently we just opened our first facility in Jeddah. We're just about to open up in Riyadh as well within the first half of this year. And what that really allows us to do is continue to develop those services that I mentioned across the rest of the region and really start to bring them to the bear for the customers that we have in the kingdom.
Okay, let's talk a bit about some of your plans and projects that are supporting growth and growth of emerging industries in the region. What can you tell us on that front?
For us, I think one of the big things that we're sort of doing right now when it comes to the regional expansion, most focused on Saudi as well, is our e-commerce offering. Just in the last half of 2025, GWC acquired a stake in a company called Quivo, a strategic acquisition that gives us the capability to service customers, the small and medium-sized enterprises that are moving into the e-commerce industry, to help them grow and enable that scalability. And as I say, with the offering that we're bringing to Jeddah and Riyadh, it allows sellers to then offer that not just in the kingdom, but across the region. So really giving you a pan-regional offering. That's one of the big areas. Beyond that, I think the other area that I would speak to is our fine arts logistics. This is another area that GWC has a real depth and strength in. We're ISOFAT registered as one of the only in the region, and we're building a really, I'll say, comprehensive offering. We have the facilities up and running now in Riyadh. We also have our operations, obviously, in Qatar, but also in the UAE as well.
Okay, I mean, Matthew, it sounds like GWC is having a really busy time of it. Lots happening, especially this expansion into Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about your performance. How are you doing, and what's driving the growth?
We announced our full-year results for 2025 with net profits of 120 million. We saw a really strong uptake in Q4 of last year. We saw some challenging trends as it relates to global trade last year, a lot of tariff impacts and those sorts of things when it comes to our freight business, but we remain cautiously optimistic when it comes to some of the relaxing of those impacts in the region. It also presents a lot of opportunities for us in terms of customers coming from other regions and basing themselves in the GCC. As we grow, like our core focus is on offering, as I mentioned, those services that we've developed in Qatar over all those years into our GCC markets with a special focus into Saudi, and how we can really enable that for our customers. So we remain positive in our outlook for the business this year. We will expect to see further growth, and we're forecasting that with our teams and to our shareholders.
Yeah, but presumably quite hard to forecast at the moment. And I expect you've had a couple of tense moments over the last few weeks and months, given regional tensions. I mean, what sort of impact has that all been having on your bottom line?
So, as I mentioned, some of the headwinds that we see, they're predominantly focused into the freight logistics part of the business as it relates to moving goods around the world. Inevitably, you have these sorts of macro headwinds that you have to deal with. As I said, for us, with the absence of external drivers, the critical thing that we're really looking at is how we can service our customers in a more holistic way. So being able to service them not just in specific product sectors, but across their entire supply chain needs. And we believe that's a real differentiator. That's something that GWC is able to do quite specifically as compared to our competitors in the region, and really being that partner to enable them for growth. It's to do it so in an easy way, to navigate the hurdles, if you like, of setting up and growing across this region. We've developed a lot of capabilities there that we really believe are distinguishing factors for us as a group compared to others.
Okay, let's turn our attention to sort of the broader GCC. I mean, how do you see the region evolving as an economic bloc?
Obviously, there's a lot of activity when it comes to normalization of trade amongst the region. Also, some of the major industrial developments, if you like, some of the rail networks, for example. I see with the expansion of time a more interconnected system across the GCC. We would dearly love to see, even more integration, if you like, with respect to regulatory and environment, moving goods between borders and doing so in a more seamless fashion. But I think if you look back over the last 10 years, there's been huge progress, and we expect that to continue. So when we develop our strategy and we think about how we can service our customers, it's with that mindset in the frame. It's how do we build solutions that really scale across that region, knowing that it will become more interconnected with time, leveraging really the critical infrastructure points that we have access to. We're very fortunate, for example, here in Qatar to have access to one of the best ports, not only in the region but globally. And how do we turn that access into capabilities, not just here in Qatar, but also in the kingdom and beyond?
Okay, and just lastly, I wanted to ask you, I mean, logistics is something we often associate with efficiency, and I'm wondering how your view of innovation has evolved over the years.
So again, recently I was asked one of these very similar questions, and I think my answer would be it's evolved with time. And I think it would be remiss of me not to talk about perhaps AI and the phase of adoption that we're in right now. When people think about logistics, you're right, it's always about how can we do things more efficiently and with a lower spend. At the same time, whilst that's still true, one of the things that we've really started to notice and are moving towards in terms of our adoption is how that technology and those systems can enable customers to serve their customers better, not just in terms of the spend that they have with ourselves, but how they can then grow their capabilities for their own customers, and insights in terms of the patterns of consumption, the trade moves that they make, when they make them, the inventory planning, supply chain planning. These are the kinds of systems that we're moving into now to give more capability into the hands of the customers to service their customers better, not just purely on, more efficient trucks on the road, fuller warehouses. That will always be the case, but really moving beyond that and giving that capability into the hands of the customer is our core focus this year.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. The CEO of GWC, Matthew Cairns, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim. Joining me is Republican Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, representing New York's 24th Congressional District to discuss the momentous issues shaping America. Representative Claudia Tenney, thank you so much for joining me today. As you know, the United States and Israel have launched Operation Epic Fury, a multi-pronged attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Tell us your thoughts on the attack.
Yeah, well, I think this was a very important move, a very brave and courageous move by the president, obviously not without risks. And obviously this has been thought about and in the planning for a long time, as everyone has now seen from the very transparent work that the president, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, and others have really been putting forth a very transparent, very clear operation that's been going on, and why we did this. I think that it's been pretty incredible, and I think the media on the Democratic side has been trying to sort of muddy the waters here a little bit, but I think people who know about the history of Iran and that they have actually been at war with the United States for a long time, and the fact that Israel has been such a good partner working with us to actually last year's Operation Midnight Hammer in obliterating the nuclear sites. Which is really important, at least to get us where we are today, and to see how quickly the Iranians responded and were able to somewhat come back, even though they didn't get to where they wanted to. But we're not deterred. There's been, unfortunately, some casualties in this, which General Kane warned us of, which is tragic, and obviously our condolences to the service members. But I think what's really important here is that this has been a threat to the United States, a threat to the Middle East, a threat to prosperity for everyone across that region. And I think that the president saw now is the time to make this move before they got even stronger and more emboldened, and we would have even a more difficult task in the future, and the risk would have been even more grave. And I think that's what people need to focus on. And I think this is not an endless war. This is not. This is actually more of a surgical strike, and I think it was brilliantly done by our military, and how quickly they've been able to. And I think it's not even been 5 days, about 5 days now at this point. How quickly they've been able to dismantle not only the nuclear ability, the domestic ballistic missile side of it, and we're able to actually move in and do even more work about taking out some of the biggest threats, including the Ayatollah and his leadership teams. On multiple levels. You've seen 2 or 3 levels eliminated at this point, which is giving an opportunity for a regime collapse to give the Iranian people a chance to stand up and create a government that they have been wanted and deserve for so long, and haven't been able to really get to the point where they're in. And it took President Trump, I think, to bring us to that step.
Well, and that's exactly the question I wanted to ask you next. You've worked very closely with President Trump, and I know he's endorsed your candidacy for office multiple times. What do you ascribe to his personality and leadership style that he's willing to take bold action that previous presidents seemed incapable of doing?
I think that he's a unique character. President Trump, people say he's one of one, or there's never going to be another one like him. And I think so much has gone into the formation of his decision-making, whether it's being a business owner, being involved in so many different things in his life and getting him to this point. But he has a unique ability to really refine very complex issues into simplistic kind of views of like black and white about how to react to something. And more often than not, I think he has a really good calculus, and on this, I think he's right on this. I know it was risky. It is definitely risky. And a lot of people are questioning the decision and the outcome. But President Trump is just has a unique creative side to him. He likes to listen to a lot of people and get a lot of input from people. He values the expertise of others. And then he's willing to make a decision that many won't make. He doesn't get frozen in paralysis of analysis. He makes a decision and looks at the risks and the rewards. And I think in the course of history, this decision is going to be really pivotal. I mean, when you look at the potential impact that this decision could have on how many centuries of unrest, war, no peace in the Middle East for so long, and the opportunity, and I think you could go all the way back, Ellie, to the Abraham Accords, which were so novel, to say to these people, not to look at everybody judgmentally. It's like, you have a population of people in this country, you have a population of people in your country. I don't care, what your religion is or what your ethnicity is. We want your people to have a chance at prosperity. And President Trump looks at it that way and said, why don't we all join together? Let's have peace. Let's be prosperous. Let's innovate. There's so many great things about the history of the Middle East that has been clouded out by the Iranian regime, really. Look at the pictures of Iran before 1979. The Persian society was very sophisticated, educated, innovative in world human history. And yet look what we have. We've had these dark ages under the Ayatollah and the Mullah and the IRGC, the largest state sponsor of terror in the region and the world, killing thousands of Americans. And President Trump took decisive action and said, enough of this. Why are we doing this? And I think it actually took away this whole false narrative that you see that's, the anti-Semitism that's been emerging, the situation in Gaza, the Palestinian Authority really having no credibility even among Palestinians and people within the Green Line in Israel. The Arab sheikhs don't support them. So many of these things, President Trump was able to actually look at all of those factors and make a decision based on, let's go to another step. Let's try something nobody else has done. Let's bring people together before we continue to wait for this Palestinian Authority issue to try to resolve itself, which guess what? It never would have. And I think President Trump recognized that. So now in an incredible situation, you have the U.S., supporting and the Israelis going in and starting this Operation Epic Fury. And then you have a retaliation from the Iranian regime after others in the Arab nations that you might say are like maybe not allies, but supportive in some ways or not, allowing certain things. And now here they're, going at, they struck Oman, they struck Qatar, they've struck Bahrain. And now they're all joining forces and working with us to try to eviscerate this really evil regime that has been a dark cloud over the whole region. And I think the people see an opportunity for peace and prosperity. This isn't over yet. There's a long way to go. But I think that the early stages of this look like it's going to be a future that's going to be really just that we haven't seen in generations and probably centuries.
A lot. Well, and there's a lot to unpack there. So I want to go back to something you just referenced, which is the Iranian people. You've expressed a lot of solidarity for the Iranian people, especially the women of Iran. What are your hopes for the people of that country?
I think one of the greatest feminist movements or pro-women movements I've ever seen is from the women in Iran. And they're willing to stand up courageously after the murder of Mahsa Amini by the regime and other women and the brutality against women and protesters and people standing up for peace and women's rights. They are the true feminists of our time. And those are the people that deserve our thanks, our gratefulness for their courage and willingness to die, really, for this incredible cause. And I think that they're going to be the leaders moving into this new regime or whatever kind of government. Hopefully it will be a democratic government and something that will really help the Middle East thrive in the future. Iran is a huge country with a very large population, with a lot of resources and also strategically important to the rest of the region. Imagine in Iran with even some kind of democratic principles, or at least some kind of human rights record for the people that they represent, the government. That would be something, really incredible in our time.
Yeah, and as an Iranian woman, I couldn't agree with you more, Representative Tenney. It does raise the question. I think that many analysts expect that the United States and Israel, with the overwhelming military prowess that the two countries have, that we should be seeing a military victory. But a lot of Democrats and perhaps some new isolationist Republicans are asking the questions of what comes next. What is your thought on what should come next in that country?
Yeah. Well, they're always questioning what comes next because the isolationists, have spent a long time, ever since President Trump came into office, trying to really co-opt the America First agenda to claim that it is actually isolationist, which it's not. If we look back at the first Trump administration, obviously the Abraham Accords, intervention with President Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, al-Soleimani, President Trump giving lethal aid to the Ukrainians to prevent a war in Russia. That was all started under Biden. President Trump actually taking decisive action without forever wars, but going in and taking decisive action, using the strength and the lethality and the dominance that the U.S. military has to actually keep peace in regions, as opposed to, the prolonged wars that we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan and throughout those years. So I think that what the president is trying to do is give every opportunity, and he's asked the Iranian people in a couple of speeches now, this is your opportunity, this is your moment. If this regime collapses, and it appears that we're getting closer to that, it's your turn to rise up, to create a government or a republic or whatever they want to create that gives you the things that you've been wanting and dying on the streets for all these years, and really without a lot of support from past U.S. presidents. We had numerous opportunities where the Iranian people, the regime was somewhat vulnerable, and President Obama didn't react. We had the regime, looking weak, and then President Obama did the JCPOA. And then, the Biden administration, rushing in billions of dollars in cash to the Iranian regime, only for them to use that for terrorism and sponsoring the Houthis and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad and Hamas, instead of helping the Iranian people. And the maximum pressure campaign on the regime, caused the people to realize this is the regime that is not living up and serving the people as it's supposed to, as a government should. And I think that's what the next steps are. How can we facilitate? And I think you're going to see a collapse of the regime, ideally, and the people making the decision, and the leaders coming up who are in the resistance to actually form some type of government. And of course, the United States will do everything it can and use our resources to make sure that we have a stability in that process as they move from this collapse of the regime to a new type of government that would come into play. It's not going to be a short period of time. Obviously, this is going to take some time.
Yeah, and that sounds very reasonable to give the whole situation some time. In fact, Representative Tenney, when the news broke out that the Supreme Leader was eliminated, you put out a statement. And in your statement, you said that this elimination was, quote, a moment of safety for the world. Why do you believe that is the case?
Yeah, at this point, this is one of the most dangerous regimes, if not the most dangerous regimes, to America, to people who love freedom in the Middle East. And by taking out the Ayatollah, who, by the way, and I think that it has been revealed in numerous open sources, that he was never going to consent to any terms to de-escalate his enrichment for nuclear weapons, was never going to de-escalate the creation and the continued creation of the ballistic missiles, and would not concede really on any issues that were substantive, no matter how much we tried and how much President Trump spent in I think it's almost a year of talks, would not concede to any of that. So I think that's what's really important, is President Trump finally said, I drew a red line, you refused to come to the red line, and I drew the line in the sand, and now we're gonna make this happen. I think the world is safer, and I think that we took out one of the biggest threats to the American people, and especially our American service members, and thousands who died, going all the way back to our hostages being humiliated in 1979, to actually the Marines being bombed in Beirut in 1983, and numerous other instances where the Iranians have actually targeted and actually killed American service members and targeted American citizens in our own country.
Representative Tenney, as you see this close coordination between Israel, the United States, the two militaries, what are your thoughts on that relationship?
Yeah, obviously it's been a tremendous relationship between the U.S. and Israel has incredible resources and innovation, in spite of being in a very difficult country under siege. But I think that's probably why they have such incredible resources, because they are so small and so surrounded by unfriendly neighbors, mostly actually, proxied by Iranian assets, funded by Iranian dirty oil sold to China and others. And so they've been able to, wreak havoc on the region. And I just think it's incredible that, the relationship we have with Israel on intelligence, obviously, the work that they've done, they're actually, just the intel that they have on and their ability from whether it was the pagers situation from a couple of years ago till now, it's really incredible the way that the Israelis are able to really know who their enemies are and to really put together an incredible intel portfolio that we can do what we were able to do and support them in this mission. But I think, Israel has, we can learn a lot from Israel in terms of the future. And I think that the ability and the desire for so many of these countries to be part of an Abraham Accord type situation, even the Arab sheikhs in Hebron would like to have some kind of recognition. They actually wrote an op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal last year about their interest in getting away from the Palestinian Authority and joining the future with prosperity, with, self-determination at this point.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think that everyone is hoping that after this Operation Epic Fury and the perhaps regime collapse of the Islamic Republic, as you mentioned, that after that, the region can start moving towards a more hopeful future for its children and grandchildren. Representative Tenney, I would love to also ask you a little bit about Claudia Tenney, the person. As we know, working in elected office, it takes a lot of sacrifice. And so I wanted to ask you, what was your original motivation in running for office, and what continues to inspire you as you do the work?
Yeah, it's a tremendous honor to serve in this position, obviously, to represent my constituents in New York's 24th District, but also the United States of America. To serve on the most powerful committee, the Ways and Means Committee, is really a dream come true, and also now on the House Intelligence Committee and the Science Committee. All really interesting parts of my very long life that I've had. I was able to be an attorney. I ran our family business and sold the division that I was running back in 2004. It's how I sort of got involved in politics. I enjoy right now, what really drives me and what I enjoy every day is trying to solve problems, trying to help my constituents. And we have been able to do so much. I have an absolutely top-notch staff that does an amazing job. Everybody in my staff is totally motivated to trying to help the people that we represent and to try to do the best job that we can. Recognizing our constitutional principles that we revere so much from our country, the important history from our state. New York State is so incredible. And to our founders' vision of freedom and of self-governance and those principles that are so enduring and so important. And also, I have a son who is actually a U.S. Naval Academy graduate, and he's now a major in the Marine Corps. He serves in the intelligence field, and I just am so grateful that he is able to live out his dream of service too. And it's really just an incredible honor to be able to do this. I find that it's so challenging and so interesting to be in this time where we are now. A president like President Trump, which there's just no one quite like him. He's unique. He's courageous. He's willing to listen to all sides. You don't have to agree with him 100%, and often, I don't agree with him 100%, but he always incredible. He amazes me all the time with, just when I think, where are we going next? And next, he comes up with another, he hits another ball out of the park and on policy and a lot of the things he stands for. But I think what's most important, and I know President Trump, is he cares about Americans and the American people, but he also cares about our allies, our friends, and people around the world. He doesn't like war, death, destruction, but he knows that you have to take decisive action. And sometimes you're cutting your losses, or you're actually helping for the greater good by taking an important stand and not, cowering from our adversaries. And it's a very unusual trait for someone, but he's an entrepreneur and he's a risk taker. And I think that's really what sort of the secret sauce is about him. He also has a wonderful sense of humor. And I think those are the things that make it exciting to serve in this unique time that we're in.
Yeah, and you just referenced the fact that you and your family have such deep roots in the district that you represent. You ran a multi-generational family business in the region. When you look at your district today, what are the main concerns of your constituents?
My district is absolutely incredible. We have some of the most important historical sites. We're going into America's 250th anniversary. So we have so much coming from the Revolutionary War. New York is an original colony. Fast forward to, Harriet Tubman's house is right outside my district. It was in my old district, but I mean, she was an incredible leader. Talk about a person of courage. And then Frederick Douglass wrote his North Star. The Abolitionist Hall of Fame and the movement is in upstate New York. Susan B. Anthony, who fought for women's rights, is there. But we also have the Erie Canal, which was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and so many important things happening there. Defense contract suppliers in my region. The Great Lakes. I have almost the entire shoreline of Lake Ontario that is in the United States. I know one of the Great Lakes are the largest freshwater body in the entire world. Really important for so many reasons that it's so historic. And yet we have a state that was once the Empire State. We don't have great governance in New York, which is why I'm even more motivated as a person that wants to help the state and help the people in that state that have made it such an incredible state. The generations of people that served our nation, that worked hard, that built our infrastructure, that built our communities, our businesses, and these incredible businesses that were all up and down the Erie Canal corridor, and then continue to stay to try to make this happen against a very hostile government, by the way, I will say, in New York and New York City, which actually impacts us in upstate New York. So I am a lifelong upstate New Yorker. It is an absolutely incredible part of the world. Not only is it beautiful and spectacular, we have some of the greatest industries, innovations, and minds in our communities, and what a great honor to serve there.
And last question, when you look at the Republican Party, what's your assessment for the midterm elections, the 2028 presidential elections? Do you have any advice for your party as we head into election seasons?
Yeah, I think Republicans tend to be, we are much more individualistic. We have our own views, and we tend to be, we're not really necessarily like members of a herd like the Democrats. They can stick together no matter how horrible the policy, they'll all vote for it. We have respectful disagreements, but I think sticking together and actually continuing to talk about all the achievements of last year. So much was in H.R. 1, the Working Families Tax Cuts, saving us from the largest tax increase in our nation's history, which is incredible, to securing our border and protecting the value of citizenship in our country. And yes, welcoming people who want to be part of this great country, not people who are going to take advantage of it, who are going to be cartel members and engage in human trafficking and drug trafficking and those types of things. But people who really want to come here to work, we welcome them. But we also have to have an orderly rule of law, which we have to have. And Republicans need to talk about it that way. And we need to actually stick together when it comes time to this, because the American people are going to see great things coming out of what we did last year. And they're also going to see a great future with our partners across all of the world, whether it's what the president has done in our hemisphere in taking out the scourge and corrupt narco-terrorist Maduro in Venezuela, to what he's doing to take out this evil empire, an evil regime in Iran, and standing up for our allies around the world. He's changing the paradigm. And I think the Republicans need to talk about that. We tend to get the media and a lot of the gossipy level, we get bogged down in those things that don't matter. We need to start talking about the things that matter to Americans, and the things that matter to growing our economy, growing our relations with our allies. And I think that's what we need to focus on. And I think we'll be fine in the midterms. And actually fighting against some of the disruption on the process side. The Democrats are trying to do extreme gerrymanders all across the country to really steal away the rights of voters to be able to vote for their representative and create these extreme gerrymandered situations, whether it's, California, Illinois, New York did it before Texas or anyone else. And Texas is actually realigning. But I mean, look what Virginia is doing. Look what these states are doing just because they want power, not because they care about the American people and protecting this great Constitution that we were given by our founders, which is enduring. And I think that that's what the Republicans need to talk about. Talk about the big issues. Talk about, the incredibleness and the gift that we've been given on this great country and how we're preserving it and we're protecting it. And the Democrats are actually trying to destroy democracy. They're trying to destroy the rights of we the people by using these processes and gerrymandering and manipulating, using foreign money to manipulate our young people through social media platforms and things. There's just so much in there that I think we're trying to protect. We're trying to maximize freedom, and always remembering that we have to have security and rule of law in our communities for our businesses and our families to thrive.
Well, Representative Claudia Tenney, we're so grateful to you. Thank you so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks so much. Great to talk to you, Ellie.
We're joined now by Konstantinos Deligiannis, who is the GE Healthcare Regional Head. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on The Real Deal. First of all, can you tell us a bit about GE Healthcare's presence in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, GE Healthcare is present for more than 80 years in Saudi Arabia. So we are a major contributor in the healthcare system operated all these years in the country. We have now more than 230 employees. We are very proud of the team we have there, a very capable and skilled team. And we are part also, we play a critical role in the Saudi Vision 2030 for healthcare service of the next century, actually.
How much of an opportunity does the healthcare sector in Saudi Arabia represent to GE Healthcare?
I think that Saudi Arabia is a unique case globally. It's during the transformation for the Saudi Vision 2030 agenda, Saudi is becoming a real beacon, a global beacon of new healthcare services and new models of delivery of healthcare services. So in that context, it's not only the market, if I may say, itself, it's more of what pioneering model we can, together with the government and the private and the public sectors, we can come together to apply for the first time globally. And this is a major importance in Saudi Arabia. The government is very open to changes. Actually, I have to say, Tom, that when I first came in Saudi, I was really surprised by this country. I think that Europeans, we don't have a right picture of what Saudi Arabia is. We believe that we are really in Europe very prone of changes and modernizations. But if you come to Saudi, you realize that Saudi Arabia is really the country of changes and modernization and not Europe. So a lot of things are happening in Saudi, and healthcare is a major part, a focal part in this.
Okay, so as you say, these public-private partnerships in Saudi Arabia are really important. They're accelerating across the kingdom. And you're saying that basically GE Healthcare has a really important role supporting this transformation of the Saudi healthcare sector.
It's our technology, exactly. It's our technology that's in the core of this piloting partnership between public and private sector. I have to say that globally, there is no formula how these two pillars of the healthcare system can collaborate. So usually one is detrimental to the other. In Saudi, it's a unique case where the two sectors are collaborating in the best way. So we see that healthcare imaging services are now run in major hospitals by private operators, who also run the primary healthcare centers that are satellite to these major hospitals. And the technology of the healthcare, the clinical expertise of our people who train the users, the technical support is a major part in the best performance of this pilot program.
Doing my research, I was reading about how, the goal is to have a more digital, integrated healthcare ecosystem. And I'm wondering, what does that mean for a patient?
A lot of things. So we have to go a bit back and see how healthcare system was in the past and still is in many cases, in most of the cases. A patient was intersecting with facilities, with doctors at different points of his lifetime. Data was created at every such intersection. The data was here and there. So at no point any patient has a total registry of what he or she has done during his or her lifetime in healthcare facilities and with clinicians. With digitization, everything comes around the patient. So the patient sits in the center of this ecosystem. The data is integrated in his registry, in his file, and decisions, and that's a real part, that's the real benefit for the patients, decisions can be taken by clinicians in a much faster and much more confident way.
Right, so presumably that translates into measurable and better outcomes for the patients, does it?
Exactly, this is it. The idea is a value-based, outcome-based healthcare system. So the patient is much more confidently referred to the next steps. Decisions have much less error in their own capability. And finally, we have recoveries, we have better outcomes, we have better productivity in the society. Everything is beneficial.
Where is GE Healthcare investing most heavily, in particular in Saudi Arabia?
So since we are talking about digitization, I have to say that part of the Saudi Vision 2030 is a very ambitious plan for digitization of the healthcare services. And I'm really proud that my team, our company in Saudi, are again a protagonist in this. We have several projects, mega projects of digitization of such of healthcare system. One is the National PACS, Picture Archiving Communication System in Saudi, which brings together the imaging backbone of every patient's diagnostic examinations so that they are accessible and they can really be securely and instantly shared across any cluster. We have the Tele-ICU project, which is a globally unique project. It's the first time that we connect 60 hospitals, almost, more than 300 beds of ICU. The data of the patients are connected, digitized, so they can more efficiently handle it, monitored, and decisions can be again faster and of better quality. And plus, this will give a big benefit to the rural and remote areas. We have the cardiology digitization program, where we connect more than 25 departments of cardiology across the country. A lot of things are happening. Saudi is moving very fast in a connected care era, where, as we said in the beginning, patients will be in the center of ecosystem, linking facilities, technologies, clinicians, and data, all this to the benefit of faster and better quality clinical decision making.
I'm surprised I haven't heard you say artificial intelligence yet in this conversation, because, of course, that's an area in which Saudi Arabia is investing very heavily. How is AI improving and changing the healthcare sector?
I didn't mention it because I was sure it will be mentioned. So I think it's the next big thing in healthcare. It's already happening. Actually, we have to be proud also in the healthcare industry because it's one of the major, if not the first industry that AI is so heavily applied. A lot of things can be facilitated by AI. It does not, first of all, let's clear that it does not replace the clinicians. It's not about removing doctors from a system that we don't have, by the way. It's about helping them be more efficient. So before I say a couple of things for AI, let me say, Tom, that one of the main global challenges everywhere on the planet is the lack of doctors. We don't have enough medical professionals. And why is that? First of all, it's intrinsic. Not a lot of young people become doctors. It's very heavy studies. It takes a long time to get active and productive. So it's not really an appealing sector. And the second is that the demographics. I mean, healthcare follows demographics. The population is growing, aging is growing, and chronic diseases are more and more coming in our lives. So all this create a very explosive, let's say, cocktail for healthcare. Now with AI, we can do a lot of things to make this lighter for the existing number of doctors we have. So one is AI can prioritize cases, can triage examinations, and prioritize cases to urgent and non-urgent. It can really create the next step, the protocols for the next steps, and the exam routing for the patients. It can reduce the missed findings in scans and exams that are of high volume. A lot of things to help the doctors, the existing doctors that we have, concentrate in complex cases where they will have a clear clarity of mind and mental focus. So that's one example. Other examples, which are also relevant to what we are doing at GE Healthcare, is embedding AI technology in the scanning process so that our scanners, an MR scanner, a CT scanner, can become much faster, or they can have a much better resolution, leading to what we refer to in the industry as precision imaging.
Right, so multiple ways you've already described there, and I can think of others as well, like diagnostics and pathology, where AI is making the doctors that we have, and you said there's a shortage of them, more efficient and essentially giving them better visibility. Does that sort of roughly sum it up?
Better visibility and speed. Speed is very important. Everywhere there are queues. And you know something, Tom? I don't see any difference between the healthcare challenges that a country like in Africa, let's say, somewhere in a remote location is facing because there is a lack of facilities, with the challenge that a modern European country is facing because there is a facility, but the queuing to do an MR exam is 2 or 3 months. It's the same thing. So AI can help on the speed also.
Right, and that ties up into my final question, because, of course, prevention is a big part of the Vision 2030 pillar that relates to healthcare, prevention of illness. And I'm just wondering where you see GE Healthcare playing a part in meeting the targets there and achieving that goal.
We play a part by intrinsically. This is our strategy. This is our core business. Healthcare is moving away from the hospitals. It's becoming more a situation where we would like to have prognostics, or we would like to have early diagnosis. So it's going more to be the role of primary healthcare center is going to be more protagonistic. The role of implementing, for example, in oncology, screening programs is going to be really fundamental. And this is what the company does. We have, let's say, for example, we have breast screening examples, best practices across the globe that we can share with a lot of countries, and we discuss also in Saudi. Breast screening is vital. We know that it reduces the mortality critically. So a lot of things can happen with early diagnosis, and that's just one example.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kostas Deligiannis, the President of Eurasian African Growth Markets at GE Healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Now, Lebanon has once again been drawn into conflict by Hezbollah. But this time, the militant group has even managed to trigger anger amongst its own support base. Well, more than 900 people have been killed in Lebanon, and more than 1 million people have been displaced since the fighting began. And there's even a fear, which is being expressed by the United Nations, that Lebanon could become the next Gaza. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Richard Kiyumjian, who is a former minister, head of the Foreign Affairs Department in the Lebanese Forces Party. He joins us from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir.
You're welcome.
The Israeli army says it will carry on until, quote, all of our objectives are achieved. What's your understanding of what Israel is trying to achieve here?
Well, from what we see, I'm not here to talk on behalf of the Israelis. However, I mean, from what we see, it's to take out Hezbollah completely, because unfortunately, I mean, Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into this war. That's not the Lebanese people war. It's Hezbollah is achieving the objectives of Iran, of the Revolutionary Guards, and from one side, and from the other side, you have the Israelis. They have their own interests, their own objectives, their own war in a way, just to root out Hezbollah and all his military and security apparatus, because as we see, Hezbollah, taking revenge of the killing of Khamenei, started this war and starting attacking Israel. It's unfortunate, but in the matter of fact, Lebanon now is in a state of war with Israel. But it's not Lebanon as a government, but it's Hezbollah, and the Lebanese people could have been spared this war by claiming neutrality and by not getting involved in that war. It's between the United States and Israel from one side and Iran on the other side. Lebanon has nothing to do with it. But again, Hezbollah, because he's a branch of the IGRC, and then he got involved because under the Iranian orders. And here we are, we have 1,000 of displaced people, hundreds of thousands, and you have a lot of destruction. The whole south now is empty. So it's not in the benefit of Lebanon, but here we go, Hezbollah is there and fighting. And you asked me about the Israel objective is to get get Hezbollah out of the whole South Lebanon, or even more. Maybe Israel would attack the Bekaa. Nobody knows actually how the war is going to evolve, But here we are now. So hopefully, it will end soon. Hopefully, Hezbollah would give his weapon to the state and give the whole decision, war decision, peace decision, I would say strategic decision to the Lebanese state, to the Lebanese government, and the government, the Lebanese government will take it from there. But Hezbollah is not going to do that. So unfortunately, we're going to we're going to stay in this state of war, of uncertainty, of Israel continuing to achieve its own goals.
Okay, I mean, the Lebanese government was instructed by the United States to do the job that Israel is now doing, namely to disarm and disband Hezbollah. If the Lebanese government couldn't do it, why do we think the Israeli armed forces are going to be able to do it?
Everybody is doing its own interest. Israel is not an NGO. I mean, to help the Lebanese, they're doing their own national interest. Well, I mean, Lebanon has to do the same well before this war, well before even the first Gaza war. Hezbollah got involved in after October 7, feeling that he's helping, he's supporting Hamas, and he's supporting the Iranian axis in a war, or the whole component of the Iranian axis. So what the Lebanese government has to do has to abide by its own decision. In last August, the Lebanese government took a decision to assume sovereignty all over its territory and to disarm Hezbollah. And recently, he declared, in March 2, 2026, this year, he took the decision to disband Hezbollah and to claim that Hezbollah is an illegal military organization. So all the Lebanese government had to do, and still can do it, is to apply its own decision and political decisions. And I mean, whether by force or by coercion or by dialogue, whatever, Hezbollah has to be disarmed. Now, it may take few clashes maybe, or it's not going to be totally clean, but the Lebanese government has to affirm its own sovereignty, its own decision-making all over the land. So this is what we're not seeing it. So Israel took the liberty to act. Here we are now.
Do you think, I mean, obviously the sooner Israel meets its objectives, the sooner the war will be over. And I'm just wondering whether you think any parties are likely to join Israel's effort to crack down on Hezbollah. Do you see any appetite from within Lebanon to support this Israeli effort and essentially get this war to a conclusion all the faster?
Well, no political party in Lebanon is armed. We since the Taif Accord, since 1990, we as Lebanese forces, we were the largest militia back then. But we gave up our weapons to the Lebanese state, and we abide by the political game. So no, there is no political party willing to get involved in any fight whatsoever.
But Lebanon has an army.
We're betting on our legal, legitimate Lebanese LAF army, Lebanese armed forces, and the political decision is already there. All we have to do is to support our army, and they can take control all over the land. So no, we're not looking for any civil war. It's between the legality, between the legitimate state, the legitimate government that took confidence from the Lebanese parliament, that has international support, the Arab support, the popular support inside Lebanon. So they have all the ingredients to act, and they could act. So we don't need to get involved as political parties. We're all, it's between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah, which is now illegal. So all the government has to do is to act. But, Lebanon and the whole blah, blah, blah going around, they're not acting till now. And here the outcomes are, Hezbollah took the freedom to get involved in that war. And unfortunately, the Lebanese people are paying the price.
Is there a risk that Syria could get drawn into this conflict in Lebanon?
We don't see it. I mean, there is contact between the President Aoun, Joseph Aoun, and the President Shara. He assured him that they're not going to get involved. All they're doing now, you may see some Syrian forces on the border. They're securing their own border. And there was reports from Reuters, but it got denied by Tom Barak and by the U.S. administration that they didn't ask Syria to get involved. And I don't think they will, because they have their own problems. So, and they have neither the capacity, neither the will, neither the political decision, and I don't think it will be in their benefit. We have our army, our Lebanese army. They can control the eastern border. So Syrians, they don't have to get involved, and it's not acceptable by any Lebanese. You know, we're not looking to see more occupation, whether Israelis or Syrian. But you know, the situation get blown up because Hezbollah took the decision to launch that war, and we're facing now the consequences.
Where's Hezbollah getting its weaponry from? We're being told they're firing 100 rockets or so into Israel every day. They weren't supposed to have any more weapons. Where did they get them from?
No, they're not getting any new arrival of weapon shipment. They have it already here. You know, they have it. They have some even in South Litani, unfortunately, and they have it in North Litani, in the Bekaa. They have plenty of ammunition. They're secure from their point of view, and they're in their depot. So they have enough to be able to go on with that war, but nothing is coming, neither from the sea or from through Syria. No, the border are I think secure, and they still have some ammunition from inside Lebanon.
Okay. Do you see there being a risk of an Israeli ground offensive in Lebanon, a major one?
I mean, nobody is in the head of Netanyahu or the Israelis government. So you don't know what Israel is going to do. Nobody knows whether a ground invasion reaching maybe the Bekaa or Beirut. Nobody knows. Or they can be happy with a buffer zone or a security zone with 20 kilometers depth or 25. Really, we're not in the strategic mind of Israel. All we can see is they're going to get rid of Hezbollah completely this time.
When you speak to Lebanese people, and clearly people must be angry that their country has been drawn into a war once again. I mean, it's been less than 2 years since the last war with involving Israel and Hezbollah. Where do they direct their anger? Who are they angry at?
Well, I can tell you easily that like 85%, I mean, even among Shia, you know, I would say much more than before. A lot of Lebanese from all communities, whether Christian or Druze or Sunni or even Shia, they're angry at Hezbollah getting involved in this war, because we're dragged into it, and there is no Lebanese interest whatsoever. Why we're doing this? I mean, for Iran, I mean, to take revenge of the killing of Khamenei. I mean, there is no Lebanese interest whatsoever. So all the Lebanese people, I would say, not only 85%, they feel like it's not their war. It's not in the benefit of their national interest. It's not to liberate any occupied land. It's like an absurd war that Hezbollah took us to it, and he's fighting. He's killing its own community. You know, you have like 1 million of Shia displaced. The losses, the economic losses are in billions. So it's absurd, and it's not in the interest of Lebanese people, and all Lebanese are against it.
Do you think that a better, more stable, Hezbollah-free Lebanon is going to emerge from this chapter?
I didn't understand the question.
My question is, do you think that a more stable Lebanon and one that is free of Hezbollah is going to emerge from this chapter?
I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic, honestly, despite the state that we are in now. But I think after we get rid of the military and the security apparatus of Hezbollah, things they will be much better, and Lebanon can join the community of nations where we have a rule of law, we have democracy, we have freedom, and we can live a normal life. But imagine a political faction that have weapons and it's affiliated to a foreign power. That's a disaster. And I think once Hezbollah either gives up its weapon to the Lebanese state, or unfortunately Israel is going to do it, then Lebanon must be much better in a better place, in a better shape.
So you're of the view that this is the last chapter in the book of Hezbollah?
I hope it will be the last war that that some foreign powers are getting Lebanon dragged in. Before we had like the Palestinians, then we had the Syrians, then the Hezbollah and the Iranians. We really were fed up, and Lebanese people want to live in peace and in security like any other society. So yes, the Lebanese people are, aspire to a normal life, and hopefully at the end of the tunnel we'll see the light.
Okay, we certainly hope so. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Richard Kiyomjian, former Minister, Head of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Lebanese Armed Forces Party. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
You're welcome.
Now, as the US-Iran-Israel conflict continues, violence is spreading and Iraq is looking increasingly exposed. Well, amidst a fragile political transition, Iran-aligned armed groups are active in the country, and at the same time, a large Kurdish population remains largely unsympathetic to Tehran. Well, adding to the risk, instability is cutting oil output, and that in turn is harming Iraq's economy. Well, let's get some more analysis on all of this, and we can speak to Dr. Zamkan Ali Salim, who is an associate professor of political science at the University of Sulaymaniyah, which is in the Kurdish Autonomous Region of Iraq. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor. First of all, this conflict is clearly affecting Iraq in several different ways. It seems to be a dangerous moment for Iraq, a dangerous cocktail of elements here. What can be done to minimize the risks and reduce the tensions?
Yes, as you correctly said, Iraq is being dragged into this war. We have seen lots of tension attacks, drone attacks at oil facilities, at diplomatic missions, at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, at U.S. Air Base Victoria. And it's not just in Baghdad in the south, but also here in the Kurdish region. To stop this, the Iraqi government, the central Iraqi government, basically took the position of neutrality. They are saying that the Iraqi prime minister, the caretaker prime minister, Mohammad Shia Sudani, has many times said this is not a war. Iraq is not going to be a platform for attacking Iran or wants to avoid this war. But the problem is that Iran has strong allies on the ground in the form of the popular mobilization forces, a large, influential, powerful armed Shia groups, some of them strongly aligned with Iran. And in the last June war between Israel and Iran, Mohammad Shia Sudani, the prime minister, was able to prevent these groups from involving in the war, from attacking U.S. and Israel. But this one, he could not stop it because they are powerful. They are formally part of the command and control structure, nominally under the control of the Iraqi government. But they've proven this time that they acted beyond and against the prime minister's calls and interest and dragged basically Iraq into the war right now.
Okay, so I mean, does Baghdad have to make a choice? I mean, it seems that the country is being torn in two directions, being torn in one direction by Iran, another direction by the United States. Which one are they going to choose?
Apparently, for now, these groups are very, very powerful, and they've been able to go against and challenge the Iraqi government. But the best choice for Iraq is to remain neutral. They can do that. I mean, it is these particular groups that they really want for domestic political reasons, due to their ideological ties to Iran, that want to fight, make Iraq the battleground and fight the Americans here. The rest of the formal institutions of the government, large political parties, and by the way, Shia political parties, they understand becoming part of this war is devastating to Iraq, both in terms of security, economically, and socially. So there are, even though these groups are trying to drag Iraq into the war, and they are attacking U.S. interests in this within the soil of Iraq, there are many powerful Shia groups that they know this is dangerous. They realize the threat, so they're working to prevent these groups from acting. So far, they have not been able to do so, and the more the war escalates between Israel and America on one hand and Iran on the other hand, I expect greater tensions and greater instability in Iraq, unfortunately.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the region of Iraq that you're in, the Kurdish Autonomous Region. There are 30 to 40 million Kurdish people in the region, spread between Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey primarily. They are, of course, the world's largest stateless ethnic group. And I'm wondering to myself, why has Tehran been targeting civilian sites inside Iraqi Kurdistan? What's the rationale?
Right. Well, for two reasons. One, because they see this region as an ally of the United States, and it's actually true. The U.S. has been a main backer of the region, of the Kurdistan regional government, and a supporter of the ruling elites here. But the U.S. maintains a small airbase inside Erbil, the regional capital. But the region has not been participating in the war. The region has not been used by the United States, utilized for this war against Iran. And that's why the authorities here are telling the Iranian authorities, why are you attacking us? The U.S. is not used. It's similar to the situation of the Gulf states, where they hold, where they have U.S. air bases. That's one reason. The other reason is the existence of Iranian opposition Kurdish groups in this region. So for the last 20, 30 years, these groups have operated in this region, but they're being contained and restrained by the KRG, by the ruling faction here, because they realize if these groups make a move and lead an offensive inside Iran, the consequences will be dire. Iran basically in the last 2 weeks, over the last 2 weeks, formally stated that if these groups make a move, then the Iranian security forces are going to attack the KRG directly. And they have done this before. They've used ballistic missiles targeting businessmen's sites within the region. So the threat is very, very real. And Iran and aligned groups is not just Iran directly, by the way. It's the Shia militia groups, Iraqi militia groups tied to Iran that are attacking this region. At least 300 attacks against both civilian and military targets so far. I think the idea here, from the perspective of the Iranians and their aligned group, is to wreak havoc in the region, regionalize the war, make raise the cost of the war for everybody, so that everyone who has a tie to the United States, push the U.S. towards stopping the war and the pressure on Iran.
Okay, so we were saying earlier on how there are 30 to 40 million Kurdish people in the Middle East region, and of them 6 million are where you are in Iraq. 9 million are in Iran. And I'm just wondering whether the two groups see things in the same way. I mean, I'm given to understand that Iranian Kurdish groups are not sympathetic to the leadership in Iran at all. But I don't know if that's the case across the board or whether there are splits even within the Kurdish groups. What's the situation?
Yeah, the best way to look at this is that Iranian Kurds comprise 10% of the Iranian population. They have strong, deep political, economic, and cultural grievances against the Islamic regime. And that grievances gave rise to armed and insurgent groups. Some of them operate here, some of them operate across the border. But the Iranian Kurdish identity is transnational. So there are a lot of ties between the Kurds in Iran and the Kurds here in Iraqi Kurdistan, in Turkey, in Syria. And a lot of Kurds in here sympathize and think that the Kurds in Iran need to be supported in their struggle. This is a golden opportunity. Kurds in Iran, Iranian Kurdistan is home to the only and short-lived Kurdish state in the 1940s. So people have a lot of sympathy, but the ruling elites here in Iraqi Kurdistan, they realize again the dangers and the threats. Now that the Iranian government still is powerful, they can cause major harm to the region, to its institutions and economic assets. They are holding those groups and they are restraining them. Probably this is not going to last forever. If the situation inside Iran changes, if there are cracks in the regime inside Iran, and if the regime faces threats at the core of Iran and is incapable of controlling the Iranian Kurdistan, then this restraint would be removed and we would see Iranian Kurds going for liberating their areas and implementing their agenda, which is achieving autonomy in the Kurdish areas of Iran. But right now they don't do it because they know they lack the capability to do so, the military capabilities. They are assessing the situation on the ground. They know that the regime in the Iranian Kurdish region has been degraded. They've been systemically attacked, but still they don't want to walk into disaster. They need air support. They need strong backing and promises from the United States and Israel. Okay. And the Kurds most recently, they've lost trust in the United States due to being abandoned by Washington, especially in Syria. So they're very cautious. They are assessing the situation on the ground, and this may change in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that a couple of, maybe 2 weeks ago, there was considerable speculation that Kurdish fighters might solve the question of, whose boots should be on the ground. And then that idea seems to have sort of disappeared. It's not being talked about quite so much. I mean, what happened to it? Do you think it's going to happen?
This was just a part of the psychological warfare, probably by both Washington and Tel Aviv. But on the ground, these groups, they realize their limitations. They're ready. They want to do this. If they can go and they would want to go and liberate their own areas, remove the regime. But they know their limitation. Right now, they're very weak. They can't get into a sustained fight with the remnants of the regime inside Iran. They're intact. I've talked to them recently. They say that, yes, their headquarters, their offices are being hit, but that we don't see the cracks. We don't see the defections among them. So we are monitoring the situation, and it could actually happen any minute. It depends on their strategy. But if it happens now with Iran holding an upper hand, attacking this region right and left, it would have negative implications for everybody.
Okay. Just lastly, I mean, where do you see things heading to from here? I mean, do you think the US and Israel are going to succeed in toppling the system of government that's been in place in Iran since 1979? How does it look from where you're sitting?
From where I'm sitting, I can see that both the U.S. and Israel are causing major damage to the capabilities, the missile capabilities, the drone capabilities of the Iranian regime. But we also know that there's regime is well entrenched, and they could, from what we have been seeing, even though they are getting major blows, their leaders are attacked, their leaders are wiped out. Still, it could be the case that it could last for a bit longer than politicians and decision makers in Washington and Tel Aviv think.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Zulmkhan Ali Salim, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way.
Really? Hello, Jason. Hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly! You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse, geez.
I know.
Right, lads, shall we get into it? The FA Cup, what a weekend of football. Did the Port Vale win over Sunderland prove that the magic of the cup's still there? The geezer who scored the goal, big Newcastle fan.
Is it?
And he's done the Shearer to the Sunderland fans.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I love all that.
I love that.
It's a League One side into the quarterfinals, so it's still on. It's still on. What did you make, Bridget? Did you watch any of the games?
It was good. I watched the Wrexham-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wicked game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a tough game, definitely a tough game. They played really well.
Yeah.
Some standout players.
Who was the one
who done well?
Yeah.
It was the guy up front.
Smith.
Yeah, took his goal well as well. They just played really well.
Yeah.
I don't think the scoreline was just. To
No,
be honest, do you know what I mean? It was
I know
touch
what you
and
mean.
go, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Chelsea. Did you say Chelsea look always uncomfortable?
Yeah, they always look
I
uncomfortable.
said that earlier.
You said
They're not
robust enough. They're like flimsy
Yeah.
a little bit. Like, and that's only, I'd say, defensively. Like you could get at them. You can get at them if you get it right. Kiefer Moore. Kiefer Moore was giving Badiashile some problems.
When he come on,
you know what I mean? So it just showed that if the tide was going in their way, they probably would have won the game. And it just shows you how far Wrexham is. Wrexham, come on.
I know, mate. I was there. What did you think of my punditry? Was I bang average?
I didn't watch your channel, mate.
Do you know what I've noticed?
I
I love watching you on telly, right?
Is that Joe? No, change the channel, love. What's going on here?
You know what? You can't hide happiness, you.
I know. It's always happy.
The Chelsea game the other day and they got a great result, you just look so happy. And then I see you at the Tottenham game.
Oh, my
and
God.
you couldn't hide your happiness. You couldn't hide it.
Did you get any abuse? Did you get any abuse?
Do you know what? It was like, we'll get into the Tottenham game later, but I think the whole stadium was just so perplexed with the team. Like, they didn't even muster up. I usually get a little
bit of stick.
I didn't even get nothing. What? I was like, there was like, they were just too hurt with what was going on.
They've got bigger fish to fry.
Don't worry about me. Yeah. But going to the Chelsea Wrexham game, so I went up there on the day of the game. It's a really small stadium, and they're doing it up. And the two boys that were there, that the owners, Ryan Reynolds and the other fella, Rob McKelney, and was having a look round for Blake Lively as well. She was on the pitch after the game.
Was she?
Yeah.
You didn't get to meet him?
No, I didn't meet him. I didn't want to be that guy.
Why?
All right, mate.
Chase them around with your phone camera.
No.
Try to get a selfie, eh?
No, I didn't know. To be honest with you, this is my bone of contention with them. I'm sure they're lovely people and everything, and I'm only half joking about Blake Lively.
No,
but anyway, anyway,
not what you're saying on camera.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Awkward.
Go on, then, move on. Save him.
No. So, like, they wouldn't come over and speak to us, right? And I thought they would because they're you know what I mean? Because when they were in the conference, we was covering that.
Yeah.
And they was bouncing. No, it was a big thing then. Like the cameras.
They've gone big time, didn't they?
Mate, I think Hollywood went big time.
Gone big time. Yeah. Like, nah, we're not giving you free material no more. Plus, Joe Cole's down there. I don't want to speak to him.
The atmosphere was great, mate.
It sounded like it was telly.
Honestly, the atmosphere was great.
Was it good? Yeah.
It felt like an old-fashioned FA Cup tie where the proper fans they was giving it. And what I would say is their first experience of VAR. Mate, I've got a bone to pick with fans.
Was this their first experience?
I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down the country because I had another incident at Villa Park where, because we're doing the television and we're pitch side, sort of like, you know what it's like, Coley, like before the end of a game, you have to go down pitch side to get yourself ready to go on, and all there with a camera, and you've got the screens. Now, what people might not realise is I can hear the VAR talk if I choose to, right, when I'm doing comms. So you hear Stockley Park talking about it. So I can hear them going, oh, his toes there and he's there, or there might have been excessive force.
So you can hear
I can hear the conversation. I choose not to because it don't make no difference to me. They're going to make the decision left, right, centre. But the fans tend to know that we're going to get the decision first. So it's like everyone's looking at me. And I'm going, and this geezer was abusing me. This fella at Villa Park, right? Because there's a couple of dodgy decisions. Yeah. So I've got my earphones in. I can hear him. I can't quite make out what he's saying, and I can hear him.
What have you got to do with it?
Exactly my point. I'm going. Hello, mate. Sorry, I can hear him being angry and saying something nasty. I can't hear. And I say, I can't hear you again. Like now, I'm getting him at it. Now, and he's like, but now he's everyone's looking at him. Now he's like. I'm going, mate, you don't think I'm making this decision, do you? Well, you think it's me. You think I'm VAR. Yeah, I'm not just stuff like that. And then the geezer's like, you can see the
geezer. Are you supposed to be working?
Yeah.
You don't want to dare us.
Right, anyway, because Villa had a couple of bad decisions. Then Wrexham, bad decisions. And but I'm so close to the pitch, I can see how upset all of the fans are, right? Yeah. But I can see them trying to vent the frustration. And then about 7 geezers turn round to this, not a big screen where it says VAR, decisions, like, whatever, and they're just shouting at the screen. At
the screen? Mate.
That's how much you're frustrating people. It's making people shout at screens.
You could hear them singing. Mate, you could hear it on the TV, honestly. They were going mad about VAR.
Were they?
Yeah, mad.
Mate, they better get used to it, because if they want to play in the big leagues, you know what I mean? You can't be shouting at the screen. The screen's not done nothing to you.
I'm thinking, like, so if anyone's there and I'm there with, listen, it's not my fault, all right? Don't have a go at me.
Carry on doing it. Carry on doing it.
You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse, geez.
I know. Anyway, we move on. It was a good game. Yeah. Wrexham, have to give them their plaudits for
fair play to them,
fair play. And do you know what? A lot of our coverage afterwards, Bridgie, was like, you know, like they've lost the game, but they've played well. So we're like, I didn't want to sound condescending to them. They're championship players now. Yeah. It's not like it's Chelsea playing against a conference team or a League Two team. They're there. They could be in the Premier League next year.
It's about our mind adjusting to them being there.
So I think there's more of that. Because it's Wrexham. If Chelsea would have beaten, let's say, for instance...
I just think it's the name as well.
West Brom or Coventry. Not even doing as well... Coventry.
Right.
You wouldn't be going, plucky underdog. So I found that. So if any of the Wrexham players were thinking we were being a bit condescending, I make them right. I think we should have.
Even at sending off, they were still in it.
Yeah,
still had chances.
Serious outfit now.
A proper serious outfit. Bridgie.
Saints went through as well.
I know you the boys, Luke and that were. Did he go to the game?
I don't think he went to the game.
You would have had friends there.
My dad watched it. I couldn't watch it. I was at kids' football, but Dad can be a bit biased. But yeah, the highlights that I see, they played really well. We were buzzing. It's the most excited I've seen Dad about Saints for a while.
Really?
And I watched some of the highlights. Mate, they had loads of chances. In fact, they only went through with a penalty. Yeah. So they had loads of chances. First half, it went clean through.
What do you make of it, Bridgie, right? You played for Fulham, so both your old clubs. So Marco Silva made 9 changes for the game. Bearing in mind, they're not really, you know, and bearing in mind Palace won the FA Cup. What do you think of that? And what would Fulham fans think of that?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like that happens.
Yeah, but
with the FA Cup, whether I agree with it or not.
What about?
It depends how bad you want it, because obviously when I was at Chelsea, and obviously Ash was there. A lot of the cup games I might play, but they might depend who we're playing. I just think that happens these days. I think players are rested more than what they were.
But 9 changes. It was never 9 changes in our day. Do you not think?
9
maybe
changes.
5, 6, maybe
5, 6 maximum.
Yeah, it's
Fifth
a lot.
round.
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, it's late in the day for it, isn't it?
Yeah, wholesale. What do you think?
Well, I can't remember like playing like in FA Cups, you know.
Yeah, but I know what you've done though. You've.
He's faked an injury, had the weekend off. You mean?
No.
I've tried that a few times. I did try that a few times. You know, you want your weekends off, like you're thinking, you know what? Especially when you're playing regularly, you don't really want to be wheeled out for it. You want to just like save your legs.
No, I wanted to be wheeled out.
I know you did, because you're the type of man. You just want to play. You played the other day. You know what I mean? You still play. I don't play. So I love the game, but I don't love it that much to put my body through turmoil all the time. So, but plus I had a bad knee back then as well, so I wanted the rest in the cup games when I could.
But you've got a good record in the cup games, right? The FA Cup record?
I think so.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
It's something I prepared earlier. Huh?
You should have took less weekends off.
Only. So,
go on, let's have a look.
Listen, I decided to you know what you do. You go on AI now and then.
Yeah.
Come on, get on with it.
So across his career, Carlton Cole played 21 FA Cup games. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Scoring 8 goals in the FA Cup. That's decent. You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Those appearances came while playing for Chelsea, Charlton, Villa and West Ham. So West Ham played 15 times, scored 5 goals.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 in 3, isn't it? It's decent.
1 in 3.
Chelsea played 4 times in the FA Cup, scored 2 goals.
1 in 2.
1 in 2. Charlton, I'm 1 in 1. Do you know what I mean? Aston Villa, no goals, but one appearance for them. But yeah, so 21 times, 8 goals, not bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
How was yours? What about
Not as
yours?
good as that, mate.
I'm going to ask now.
FA Cup goals.
I'm going to ask Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals.
I don't even bother about it.
Oh yeah,
I know I've won it.
Oh yeah, you've won it. Yeah.
That's the only stat that matters.
That's all the stat that matters. That's all I've been trying to do all of my life. Anyway, so Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals. Joe Cole had a strong record.
Oh, go on, well
in the
done,
FA Cup,
yeah.
Mainly with Chelsea and West Ham. Overall FA Cup record appearances, 38 appearances.
Okay.
38.
It's a lot, mate. I played a long time.
7 goals.
Okay, it's not bad for midfield.
So West Ham, West Ham, 11 appearances in the FA Cup, 2 goals. Chelsea, 22 appearances and 5 goals. Liverpool, 3, no goals.
It didn't happen for me there.
Yeah.
That ain't always right though, that chat GBT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to do the kids' homework.
That's good.
And then I said that's wrong, and they went, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Right,
so even ChatGPT said I was right.
Ricky knows best.
Should be doing that,
mate. Come on, man. We're better than
No, we had a rush. We were away for the weekend, and we had to get it done. So I had to help him. So I needed the answers myself.
Mate, your school's going to be after this. Your school's going to be on to you.
It's all right.
You know what I mean? They're going to be on to you. Anyway, Wayne Bridge overall. Yeah. Oh, you played 30 times.
Have I?
Yeah, you scored 1 goal.
Did I? Who was that against? Shut up. Who did I score against?
A goal.
I reckon that could be wrong, you know.
You want it to be right now, didn't you? Hey, you want it to be right now.
And then we're worried about this thing taking over the world. Doesn't even know how many goals Bridges scored in the FA Cup. Rubbish. Yeah. We're moving on. Another game. These two seem to be playing against each other so much. Newcastle lost to Man City. Mm-hmm. Who've also knocked them out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
You know, is a question for you, Coley. Is there pressure on Eddie Howe, bearing in mind he's give that club the first trophy in 60 years, Champions League football, some brilliant nights at St James's. Is football mental now that we're even considering that, or is just the way it is?
Look, any way you look at it, he's a legend over there. It's up to him what he wants to do now. The ball's in his court. Does he feel that he's taken that club as far as they can go? That's up to him to recognise that the club are always going to want him there. The fans are always going to want him there. They love him. But it's up to him. What does he want out of his... Does he think that he can win more trophies with Newcastle? And if so, stay. Because they'll always have you there because you've made your legacy there. But what I would say is if a good job came available, a very good, tantalising job that you'd think, do you know what, I'll fancy that. Would you want to do it?
When you say tantalising, do you think the England job, that comes into that? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he's the next England manager in waiting, Eddie Howe.
And I thought he would have taken it before Tuchel.
Yeah.
But I don't know what
things were going
there.
so well for him, weren't they?
Yeah.
When there was talk of that.
Just the timing of everything.
It's always timing with football managers. Like, he's going to manage England at some point, you know, because the field's clear for him. Unless somebody comes from left field and he just goes on a run and becomes... Because he's the next best English manager we got.
Why do you think they've had a, like...
Mate, I just think...
a bit of a slope.
Well, I think two things, right? So you've got the financial restraints that Newcastle are under, right? So Elliot Anderson, who's arguably going to start for England at the World Cup, he was at Newcastle, right? I know for a fact Eddie did not want to sell him, right? But because they had to balance the books, because of their, you know, this financial regulations, they've had to sell him. So straight, if you're trying to build a club and you've got a great young player, you're prepared. It's not just, you know, you're not just thinking. You're thinking in the 12 months down the line, he's going to be there, and I'm going to be. You know what I mean? I'm going to build your team around him. So I think that's frustrated him, not being able to build on what he's done. And I still don't. I mean, we'll talk about it another time. I still don't understand how Man City are still just doing what they're doing with all the regulations and restraints that they got on. But then Aston Villa and Newcastle seem like they're chasing their tail, trying to sell players, like scrapping away. Man City just go in the window. Oh, yeah, Semenyo, Mark Gurhey, come in, two massive. They ain't going to be on £3 a week, are they? They're going to be on big wages.
Well, it's about the infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah, but like...
To get the points.
Yeah, but the infrastructure... Man City are not Liverpool or Manchester United, as much as they're... Like, in terms of global economics, what they can bring in. So I don't know how they can actually do it. Do you know what I mean? Newcastle fill their stadium. They're in the Champions League. Why can't they... anyway...
We need to talk to their accountant.
Yeah, it's way beyond... You're not going to get...
We need a forensic accountant.
Yeah, they do. But
dive deep into their finances.
But I think Eddie see the season out, and I think he should probably go and just wait for the England job, because I think it's not fair on him. I think... And it's not fair on Newcastle as well, that they can't go and spend the money and go and buy some of the top players. Because remember they were talking about when the Saudis come in, they was thinking they're going to get Mbappe's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because that's what Chelsea done under Roman. Roman come in and no one was going, there's financial constraints. He went and bought Crespo, was Argentina's number 9. Varane was Argentina's number 10.
Man City done it before.
What's the equivalent?
City done it before as well. Robinho, remember when Robinho first came when he first got the money in?
I feel for Eddie because I think he's done a great job there. And I'd like to see him as England manager at some point down the line in his career. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, so good luck to Eddie Howe, obviously. Doing a fantastic job. Could always be better. But before we leave the FA Cup, has anybody had any funny stories or some bad stories to tell, or something that's interesting to talk about the FA Cup?
Not bad. So my first FA Cup final was a weird experience in the whole day.
What with who?
Did you play when we beat United 1-0 at Wembley?
In the final, yeah.
You played, right?
Yeah.
So, about 3 months before, Prince William was doing because he's the president of the FA.
Yeah.
So he come to training, and he met us all at training, and then we were staying at the Lowry Hotel, and he's gone, and then we were all told like he wants to come and have a look at what you boys do after training. So you leave. He's going to go and they call it a royal walk, right? Do you not remember this? You might not. Anyways,
you're never present, are you? I was there, but you're never there.
I can't remember.
3 months before the final, right?
Where was it? In the hotel?
At the Lowry.
Oh,
and we had the whole. We had the whole of the floor and there's security to get up. So like you pop it in each other's rooms. Yeah. So they said leave your door open. He's going to come and have a walk round, and he's got the camera crew with him because he's like his picture opportunity. Says Prince William with. I don't know, David Beckham or something.
And you didn't know that he was coming?
No, I knew he was coming, but I forgot.
What?
So I've got
times.
This is a training ground. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. Great. Thanks for being the president of the FA.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Right, go back on the coach at the hotel.
Yeah.
Get showered. I'm in my room. I remember enough to leave my door open. Got the telly on. And I forget he's coming.
He was going to slip.
I was in my slips, like that, on the bed, like these little briefs, white briefs, like just
your smuggies.
I was watching Loose Women.
Loose Women?
I do not remember this one bit. I must have been asleep or something.
Mate, you shut your door.
So anyway, I could hear a commotion at the door, and I'm thinking, what's that? What's going on, right? And as he's come round, and I just hear like people walking into my room, and it's too late now. I'm nearly naked.
There's no robe.
There's no robe. So, and he's just come walking round, followed by his camera crew, and I just thought, I've got to front this now. So I've just bounced up.
I would love to get this footage. Go on.
So I've bounced up, right? I've gone, hello, William, nice to meet you. Right? Nice to see you again. Right, shaking his hand in my pants, and he's laughing. Like, he's laughing. And the camera people are behind him, and they're going, and the camera people are like putting the camera down. And I'm going, oh, sorry about that. And I'm like putting my trousers on while I was like, speaking to him. I forgot about it. Like, I told the lads and that and everything, bro. And then we're getting ready. You forget about these things. Well, and then,
I have.
No, you definitely have. You had your shot.
So then the FA Cup final, they come. I don't even like. They come along the line to shake your hands. Remember, it's a big day.
I remember that bit.
And he's shaking hands, and he's just shakes everyone's hands, but he stops and he leans into me. He went, hello, Joe. I said, I hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly!
I went, yeah, I've got them on again. I'm on.
Do you have them wide fronts on?
Yeah.
Them ones.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Ghastly, man.
Hey, can I just say?
We should have said to him, what, you weren't rating the pants?
We've got an FA Cup final to play, darling. I'm spinning anyway.
These guys, bantage up.
I'm having banter with a future king. And do you know what? What a man. What a good man. Because that could have gone terribly wrong for me.
No, come
on,
man. He's one of the lads.
He's one of the lads.
He's a good lad,
He's a good lad, yeah.
While you were chatting, I checked. I've not scored in the FA Cup.
Oh, so Bridgie knows more than ChatGPT.
Basically, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just thought I'd let you know, yeah.
That's bad, isn't it, really? Right, we're going to do Spurs in a bit.
Again.
Again.
Carlton's away days. You've been not as quite as glamorous as Bochum. You've been to Braintree Town.
Oh, yeah, mate. It was... Mate, do you know what, yeah? I was pleasantly surprised by the town of Braintree.
Really?
Yeah. It was... So I've got on the train, Elizabeth line, all the way to Shenfield.
Another train story.
Yeah, I'm on the train again. You know the train stories, there's another train. Right. So I get on the train, Shenfield, then I get on another train to...
Why are your train stories so long?
I know. I get on another one to...
oh, my God.
to Braintree.
Trains free. Get off the train,
I get to Braintree anyway.
Right.
Braintree Freeport, actually. So I was like, well, Braintree, there's Braintree and there's Braintree Freeport. So I get to Braintree.
He's still off the train.
I get off and then I'm there. I just get Uber. But whilst I'm there, then I realise that I'm actually at a shopping place.
Right. Okay.
So it's like outlet centre. So I'm thinking, I want to go and get some stuff. I said, Bridgie would love it here because it's got Ralph Lauren, it's got everything there. Do you know what I mean? It's all cheap as well.
Bridgie would love it.
We love it. So I was thinking, we'll come back here. You'd love this guy. So I'm in. And listen, Braintree Freeport, you just walk off the train, you're there.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of it.
How excited he is.
Anyway, so I didn't know where I was going. I got an Uber, gone to the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call it a stadium, it's one of those, like loads of scaffolding around. Yeah. So it's Braintree, innit? And they got a nice stand, but I got there like an hour before kickoff. I was thinking, I was there twiddling my thumbs. I was thinking, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Too early, 2 hours. Yeah. So I stand behind the goal. I'm looking at, because Mason Terry, we put him on loan from West Ham there.
Young goalkeeper.
Young goalkeeper, yeah, doing really well. He's had 7. He scored a goal. As well over there. Yeah, he's had 7 appearances, man of the match appearances. So I've said, listen, go and have a look at him. Get there. He's there doing the warm up. I'm there behind the goal. Yeah, with my long Mac on, Arsene Wenger, Arsene Wenger style. Yeah, I had that on, and obviously, I think I'm the only black guy there, innit? So everyone's muted
Not
me.
Again.
Yeah.
You said that last time.
Yeah. Well, it's just the places I go, innit?
Did they all buy you stuff?
Like
no, it wasn't. They were just like they was really friendly. So anyway, I stand up behind because it's all standing. It's all standing. The seats are over there, but all the rest are around the stadium.
If you're going to see the goalie, you've got to go and watch.
So I'm behind. I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's come over. He's buzzing. I'm there. Everyone's buzzing, and I start taking pictures. I'm taking too many pictures now, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to
work.
To work. Yeah. Anyway, game starts. They go 1-0 up, and I'm thinking, cool. I feel a bit hungry now. because I can smell like the burger stand.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, can I just like slip off to go and get a burger and just do what I'm supposed to do and try and sample the food as well? Get a tea, get a beer or whatever. But I couldn't because I had some guy talking to me all the time. Like, and I didn't want to be rude, and I was giving him a bit back and was talking about Spurs, so it was kind of captivating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm watching the team and I'm thinking, the opposite team, they got the Brazil kit on. So they're playing Wildstone.
Yeah.
Wildstone, I've got like yellow top, blue shorts and white socks. No. Brazil.
Yeah.
And some of their football, I must say, it was like watching Brazil.
Really?
It was like watching Brazil. You know? and you know what, right? I must say, it was quite entertaining. They won 4-1 in the end.
And he done well?
No, he didn't win. They lost 4-1.
They lost 4-1?
Yeah, but Wildstone won 4-1. And I'm thinking, do you know what? Yeah. It's unlucky.
So you've had no food.
I've had no food.
No drink, and they lost 4-1.
And I've had my ears chewed off.
So anyway, like, you've got one job as a roaming reporter. Check the beer and check the people. No, check the beer, the people, and the...
Well, I check the people. I check the people. People are really nice.
All right, so have a rating on the people then.
I'll give them a strong 8.
Eight?
Well.
Ain't that more than where you went last week? Where'd you go last week?
Yeah,
they brought you food and drink last week, and you're giving these an 8.
Yeah, wow. I know, but it's language barrier. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you like the vibes.
I like the vibes, I get it.
I'll tell you what, we need to put a train section into this, because I
can tell you how to get to places around the whole of England by train.
Right. Okay.
Carl, you mentioned Spurs earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. I do get quite bored about talking about them all the time. But you were there, Joe. And I'm hearing it was really toxic.
You said captivating. It's a captivating story because of where they were. Europa League winners, massive club, new stadium. I've gone there, and it was honestly, it was like a morgue. Like, it was so quiet. It was the tension was palpable. The players, and I thought the choice of how to play, the style of play from Igor, is exactly how you cannot start a game at home when the tension's in the moment. You've got to give them something to get on, like a tackle. The players looked quite shackled when they played. He went to a free and he played Archie Gray as a right wing back, and Porro was like inside. And I'm like, lots of like really. I feel
sorry for Archie Gray. He's played everywhere on that pitch.
Archie Gray was the best player.
He's a great footballer. He's a great footballer.
Did you know who else is quite good?
Go on.
The cameraman.
Yeah, the cameraman.
The way he kept panning to these Tottenham
fans. Because people need to...
They were in pain, mate.
Entertaining. I didn't get to see it.
That's a good point.
That's a horrible cameraman, right?
Yeah.
He kept going back
must have been a West Ham fan.
Kept going back to this same guy with his hat and beard, mate. He was...
I saw a guy with a hat on, and he had big Spurs in gold across his, and he just looked miserable. Saw another guy like that.
That's how it was all around me.
Yeah.
People were like in disbelief.
Yeah.
Like, it even got to the point where a couple of Spurs fans who were sitting next to me going, Joe, like messing about, get your boots on.
Oh yeah, that one's always happened. Like, wow. That one always is willed out, like when you're not doing well, innit? Like,
I think there was something about that game, even the lads group chat. I'm in a couple with you, and in a couple of others, my mates from back home. But it was like everyone was excited for this game.
Yeah,
I know.
But they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
We've got no Spurs fans in our group chats, by the way, but everybody was excited to see what was going to happen, what was going to unfold. It's like the suspense of the whole day.
It was like the UN trying to bring that brings everyone together. You know what I mean? Everyone's bad with Arsenal, Millwall.
We've got Millwall fans in our group. We've got all sorts going on.
I think that's the first.
We have actually got one Spurs fan, but he's really quiet. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, he's very quiet, isn't he?
Very quiet. He's not even come in today. He's not even come in.
Whenever he gets mentioned, he doesn't actually say anything, does he?
No, he leaves it.
He's chasing the pan note somewhere. We know that.
Do you know what?
I have to take his mind off things.
I don't know. And I feel a bit bad saying, I actually felt from a little bit.
No. I've never been in a stadium with that feeling, because you know me. I work on feelings. Right?
Yeah, vibes,
and it was so strange. So strange, and it transmitted to the players.
So you've never been in that environment like that?
No,
before?
I've been in toxic environments where it's like anger.
But this is not.
This wasn't anger. This was like
they'd had enough.
This was like.
Was it like being at a funeral?
Yes. Disenchantment.
Oh my God.
Disenchantment.
That's crazy.
Did you notice it in the players being there and watching the way it was going, everything?
Body language. Like even Mickey van der Ven, when he given away, when he got sent off, right? Because Mickey van der Ven, I think, is a fantastic footballer, right? But I question the attitude a little bit, right? Because of his actions, right? And that can be changed. I don't like to question players' attitudes, but when I see the behaviour, like, you know, when he with Thomas Frank, he done that, and there's a few little things, right? Not questioning his ability. I think he's outstanding. But his perception right now is not great. So here's what that does. That atmosphere, what it does to players, even of that quality. The ball goes over the top. Sarr takes a bad touch, right? And he grabs his arm with. There's no need. The goal is basically in the goalkeeper's hand. Sarr won't get in there. But like when we talk about atmospheres affecting the players, it's things like that, and little things like, Cole, you know, like when they're, Bridge, you know when you like. You've got the press on, you're in the low block, and you're a fullback, and you're pressing someone, they're going facing the wrong way. They can't get out, and you've got bodies, you're going to get them. And then they're just so anxious, scrambling all over, giving away a foul. And then the ball comes in the box, and then goalkeeper looks a mess for me. Do you know what I mean? The goalkeeper as well. But it was just strange. It was.
They do need to address their defence, and I think the goalkeeper's a big one for them as well. But you say that Chelsea had Sanchez blundering for quite a while as well. But I think he's improved though.
I think it's their, like you said about it, it's their body language. If you're not gonna
mindset, it's just mindset.
You've got to get everything right. You've got to know what everyone's doing. Know your jobs. Do it, and it's kind of like can't let that head go down. Was it one of them, like, you know, when the goal goes in? Do you reckon their heads? Did you see their heads just go like that?
Yeah. Fear. You see fear in their eyes.
I don't think people realise.
They'll be better away from
obviously, you'll look at the teams down there and you'll think, oh, they can beat them, they can beat them. But you don't realise how much the fear of them, some of them players down there, they'll be thinking, oh, mate, we can't lose today, can't lose today. That affects your game.
Which is a strange... I don't know what Tottenham fans will think if they're listening to this. Richarlison not being picked is a strange one for me. He spent his whole career in the dogfights, Watford and Everton. Like he's the type of character that whatever's going to happen, he's going to have a go. He scored the other day, nearly had a row with someone. But that's the type of characters you need. Some people who are a little bit like, they're not going to be fearful. They're going to be on the front foot. I just want to list this stat here. Since Pochettino's sacking in 2019, Spurs have spent $979 million on players with a net spend of $653 million. Only Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal are ahead of them. That's quite incredible as well. And seeing where they're at.
Really.
Yeah, they've got. They've invested in the future apparently, but I just don't see no future. Sorry. That was a low blow. It's a low blow. Kick a dog while it's down, isn't it? Like.
You look at some of the players. Look at some of the players they got.
Yeah,
mate, they got some good players.
That's what I said.
Have they?
They
got some good
players.
They got some. It ain't going their way at the moment. But they got some good players.
They got Kudus is out at the moment.
Kulusevski, Maddison, all out injured. That's three. That's three starters. Three very good players.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. Here's another stat. The top scorers from the last 3 seasons have all been sold. That never happens at a top club. You know what I mean? When you think about it logically, that's the guy that's banged in the most.
Top club.
No, of course they know that. They
know that. They know where they are in the table. Spence is a good player, very good player. Jed Spence.
Yeah, okay.
You're not having him?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure? Really?
I'm not sure. I need to watch more.
I don't think a lot of people get past in 1v1s. It's very good at 1v1 defending.
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
At a club?
At a club. Yeah.
Really?
Mate, it's one of them things that you go in and it's just, I can't describe the feeling, but you're going to have a chat.
They need
a
night out.
Do you know what? You walk out of their meetings. I walk out and I don't feel any better.
No.
I don't know if it's not done right.
It just confirms.
Not created togetherness.
It confirms that you're crap. Like it just that's what it is. It confirms why you're crap. And it doesn't give you no answers to get out of it.
One of them things you've got to make your own luck sometimes, isn't it? Because when you're down there and you ain't right here, nothing seems to go your way. But when you're up there, things just seem to just click into place for you.
First of all, explain a crisis meeting, Chloe.
Why are you picking on me for? Oh, because I've had my fair share. I would say in a crisis meeting, Look,
what happened?
No, there's two types. There are two types of crisis meetings, right? You got the one when you're about to fall into the mess and it's like pick it up, boys. Yeah. You got the one that when you're in the mess. Yeah. What do we do to get out of it? Yeah. And then you got the final boss. Yeah. When the manager. Yeah. Brings out the table at the end. Yeah. Right. And he's like, okay, we're gonna make this season into a mini league. So you got four teams here. Yeah. Who's gonna come out on top? Yeah. And then these are the teams that are gonna be coming out to you might get 17th place, and you just scrape it.
Bridgie, crisis. Take us into the room of what a crisis meeting is.
My experience is you go in the room and you know what's coming. There's a meeting.
Yeah.
So and nothing's going well, and you sit down, and everyone's there all nice, and quiet, and the manager will say something like, "So, what we're going to do?" And then all of a sudden there's just silence, and everyone's thinking, "Who's going to speak? Who's going to speak?" First? And there's usually one of the most senior players going to say something. Yeah, and that one I've been in a bit nicey. It was, where's the goal's going to come from? And everyone goes, "Tis." And then man's like, well, someone else has got to score. Do you know what I mean? But it's like in that moment we had players that all got on really well. Might have been one or two, but every player then was just on each other's case. Like, we don't stop battling. There's too many heads that get down, and stuff like that. So it was kind of a nicey way of doing it. But I think that's because the team got on so well. Yeah. But it starts off a little bit like that. No one wants to say anything, and then as soon as one person says something, so the conversation. It went okay. Do you know what I mean? We got out of it in the end. But there's teams you'll go into, and this is happening, mate. Everyone's got an ego. Yeah. And as soon as someone says something about you and they take it the wrong way, and then the argument starts. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, that argument can be fixed as long as you get that argument out of the way, and then you're friends, you get up and you're going out to battle for each other. But when you haven't got a tight unit, I would have said at West Ham, I would have said the problem was definitely people's heads going, and mentally they haven't got it right up there to go out on the pitch and just fight for each other and keep going and going and going and never give up.
On the flip side, when I finished my career, because from a manager's perspective, them meetings, to anything that's underlined, you want to bring it up to the surface. So like if I'm sitting there and I'm going, and I'm an attacker and I'm going, I don't think we're defending right, and you're going, hold on a minute, well, I need you to do that. And I'm saying, hold on a minute, and you find the solution. So that's basically what a crisis meeting is. And it's also, if there's, because sometimes you get two egos and they're like this they're peacocking around. Do you know what I mean? You want it to put it on them, so no, you have to sort it out between you. You're the type of guy to line them up as well, just like look at him walking around like he's the. I can't wait for the meeting.
Mate, it's learning to take the criticism a bit, innit, and deal with it in the right way. And I think deep down, you know if you're not pulling your weight or doing what you should be doing.
You do. Coley, you mentioned the mini league being used in the crisis meeting, right? So before we come on air, we looked at the Spurs, Nottingham Forest, and the West Ham's remaining fixtures. And we think where they're going to get the points is where they're going to end up, right? Now, this is a really interesting...
Is it?
It's interesting. Like, so we've calculated what we think their results will be. And... Shall I go with me first?
You go. Right. No. We'll go with you last. And I don't want you to explain yours.
No, Joe first.
I'll go first. This is me, right?
I want him to explain himself.
I'll explain myself, right? I've gone with Forest on 43 points. West Ham on
43.
West Ham on 41 points, and Spurs on 38 points, being relegated. So it's going right down to the wire.
Yeah.
You boys have been. This is Carlton Cole, right?
Go on.
West Ham are going to finish the season on 45 points. Forest are going to get 37 points, and Spurs are going to be out of it by April on 32 points.
Mate, just get the job done, innit? I think the fans want it. This is a quick death. It's a slow death for them.
Bridgie's got like no hope for anyone down there, it seems. So West Ham will have 37 points.
Mate.
Forest will have 34 points. and Spurs will have 32 points. I think Spurs have got like 30
Yeah, but to be
points
honest, I don't think the point thing really matters. We've come up with the same scenario of the positions they're going to be in.
Yeah, I think
so there ain't much difference.
Not much difference
really in like the positioning.
You've got to have some faith in some fighting. There's got to be some
What
fighting.
do you mean? But we've still got the same outcome, though.
I think you're giving them 3 points.
Yeah, but we've still got the same outcome. He's just giving them loads of points. I'm not giving many of them hardly any points.
All right, okay, all right. So I'll tell you what, we've done our predictions, right?
And we'll see who's closest.
Whoever's closest, on the pod after that, whoever's the furthest away can buy lunch.
I'm reasonable. Look at me.
Whoever wins,
45
whoever gets closest decides what we do, and then whoever's last has to pay.
All right, sweet. I'm happy with that. I'm 100% going to win that.
Okay, so
mate, you got your hopes up, mate.
I actually gave 32 points. I've done the same as you.
Yeah,
I gave Spurs 32.
He didn't want to do the same as me. He wanted to give them more points.
I did.
He thinks West Ham are getting into Europe. 45 points. Right, from the relegation zone to the Champions League, some great fixtures this week. Bridgie, you've got the fixtures involving all the English clubs. Let's make some predictions.
v Liverpool
in Turkey.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a draw. That
I was thinking draw as well, and I fancy Liverpool to nick it at home.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, Osimhen's the player, isn't he?
Proper player. He's
Coley, how's he not in the Premier League? Like,
I think
he's tied himself in knots with a contract.
That's what he done.
Yeah,
and I think it's and he wants a lot of money as well.
Does he?
It'll be a tough game.
Yeah,
a tough game there.
Yeah,
but he could be a good player in the Premier League. I think
I
he will move here eventually, though. Yeah. Definitely, he's got family here.
Has he?
Yeah.
Sound like you're part. You know.
I know the setup.
Okay.
I think Liverpool nick it overall.
Are you trying to get a little agent's fee to get him into England?
Mate, I work for West Ham.
Well, they're in Europe next year.
Well, he's got to come West Ham, isn't he? Hey?
You got Atletico v Spurs. Atletico at home. I was trying to be nice to the Spurs fans.
You weren't. You've given 32 points.
Well, no, but that was, in this game, I was going to try and be nice, but I'm still thinking it's going to be 2-0 Atletico, something like that.
I think it'll be 1-0 Atletico. Like Atletico is my most annoying team to watch.
Yeah,
Spurs are good in Europe. These guys don't turn up. They don't turn up for Premier League. They're bread and butter, but they turn up for Europe. It's weird behaviour.
Yeah, strange behaviour.
Yeah, they're just trying to advertise themselves across the world, and domestically they're not interested. What's going on?
Romero's been linked with Atletico Madrid.
Of course he has.
Yeah, he's right up their street.
He's right up their street.
Just a big, aggressive, angry centre-half causing carnage. Yeah,
anyway,
getting sent off every other week.
Simeone's gone, he'll do for us.
Like we're saying they're losing then. Then you got Newcastle at home to Barca.
Now, this is the one that I really like.
Do you know what? I think Newcastle do it, you know.
I was at they played them in the group stage.
They've got a chance.
Yeah.
They've got a chance.
I covered the game, right? And what was interesting in the first game, something to look out for, is the way that Newcastle pressed with Gordon as the number 9.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. They dropped off and they set traps, and they got good pressers. They had, you got the boys in midfield. Guimaraes, I think's out. Tonali, Joe Linton.
Tonali, what a player.
They got players. They all bought into it. In the place was they should have been 2-0 up.
Yeah,
Newcastle. So the first 20-30 minutes in that game is crucial. Get on.
It's a tough one to call.
I think it's going to finish a draw, but I think Newcastle are going to take the lead. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and then you got Leverkusen v Arsenal. I think that's just Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. It's Arsenal. Yeah. They're just good. They're just a good, strong, solid team. And I don't buy into all of the. They're boring or they're winning games of football.
Well, they are boring, but
yeah.
PSG Chelsea.
Two things could be right at the same time, mate. They are boring.
PSG Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm out in Paris.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you can give us a report on there. Maybe you could try some food and drink this time.
I'll tell you what.
Let us know what a train journey is like. He is definitely not getting on a train either. By the way, he'll either be on a bike, scooter, or an Uber.
Imagine that. Where you go, Joe? Got the nap on the subway. Got to tell Carl what the train's like.
check the aircon out for me, yeah.
It's tough one to call that. Chelsea defo need to strengthen up a bit defensively if they're going to get any kind of result.
Yeah. Yeah,
PSG, Chelsea.
PSG are not quite at it, but nor are Chelsea.
But nor Chelsea, man.
By heart, I want Chelsea to win, obviously, but I think Chelsea get beat.
I think the advantage is
how they
PSG.
get beat.
The advantage of is with PSG. The league has moved the matches around. They moved games around for him.
I've gone draw. I'm thinking draw for that one.
That's amazing. If Chelsea get a draw,
If they get draw,
it's an amazing result.
That'd be a great.
Take them back to
I
the
think
bridge.
that's coming from my heart. A lot of that.
That's what we have to-
I think. Yeah, 2-1 PSG.
And Chelsea's still in it, by the way.
2-1 PSG, and then return leg, innit?
Yeah.
Will be all right.
And last but not least, Real Madrid v City.
Well, you know the news here, didn't you? Kylian Mbappe
Yeah.
is looking like he could possibly out alongside Rodrigo and Bellingham. That's three massive
players for him.
Man City, last time they went there, won 2-1, I believe.
I think there could be a few goals in there.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going Man City.
I'm
going Man City.
Yeah, I'm going Man City. Man City 3-1. I'm going
3-1.
I'm going big.
I'm going 3-2.
Yeah, mate, it's toxic. That Real Madrid when they go goal down at the Bernabeu, it can get really toxic. Okay, so we've done relegation, we've done Champions League, and before we go, I'll tell you what I was up to this weekend. I was at the Grassroots playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bottom of the barrel.
It obviously went well because he's got a big smile on his face.
He scored.
He definitely scored.
He scored. All right, go on, tell us. Talk. I know why are you mentioning this, but you want to mention it, don't you? Still wheeling yourself out on the pitch.
We're literally wheeling myself.
Zimmer frame and all that. Yeah.
So I did a gig for Specsavers. It was like basically it's a question.
Specsavers.
Yeah. They're doing a campaign where they found the worst Sunday League team in the country. Mika Richards is the director of football.
How do they measure that? How do you measure the
I was
worst
chatting to the lads.
team in the Sunday League? Worst football team in Sunday League?
Yeah, but listen,
across the map,
across the globe.
It can't be across the globe. It can't be.
Anyway, lovely Luke was the manager, lovely fella, right, and a great bunch of lads, right. So last year, you know what Sunday League's like, right? So they finished with 4 points and a minus 81 goal difference, right?
Damn, they're bad.
Yeah. But Luke said to me, he said on the positive, we turned up. We had 16 every week. So there's 16 lads getting out of their bed on a Sunday morning. Great lads, right? So Specsavers have swooped him, and they're like, we need to sort this out. So they've got Mika Richards. Mika's the director of football. I was the loan signing. They've had James Milner doing a little bit of fitness with them. They've been put on a fitness program, and this season they got 17 points. And I was coming in for the run-in to try and get promotion, and we won 3-1.
It's the proper grassroots like Sunday League. Lads have been out on a Saturday, had a few beers, but they turned up and played football. Yeah.
Okay.
They've just been going through a tough time.
So they didn't know I was playing yesterday.
So
I just turned up.
I'll surprise them.
I think they heard it was Jermaine Defoe, so they was a little bit disappointed.
They need goals.
They would have been buzzing you were there. They would have been absolutely buzzing. I bet they were buzzing.
They would have been.
Do you know what it was like? Because I was in Wrexham night before. I didn't get home till late, and I was like, God, as soon as I got there and I smelt the grass,
it does, doesn't it? It does.
And I got into it. Geezer cleaned me out in the first minute on the floor. And,
what do you mean he cleaned you out?
Like just got tight and just bodied me.
No way.
Did you look at him, say anything? I bet you just got up and walked off.
Of course, I always do.
Yeah, he always does.
Did you say something?
Mate, any time he gets smashed, there is literally no retaliation. He just gets up and carries on.
Yeah, that's a man that's been down on his luck 3 times. That's a man that's used to it.
No, we got taught as a kid. Never show them you're hurt. Never show them you're hurt.
And do you know what? There ain't a lot of kids.
You can now.
There ain't a lot of kids out there that do that. I've seen one kid who plays in Parker's team, and he's so strong, and he gets stuck in. You know, he plays fair. But he wins a lot of his battles. But when he gets smashed, mate, he just gets up and carries on.
Does he?
Yeah.
So
that's the opposite to one of our players that plays with my son.
You've always been good at that.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of practice keys.
Yeah. You just get smashed all the time.
My son's teammate is under 15s, right? Like he gets smashed, like because he's quite quick.
Yeah.
It's always like, but the type of scream when he gets smashed, the type of scream that comes out of his mouth, everyone thinks he's definitely injured. He ain't coming back on. This geezer comes back on and scores a hat-trick every time. I'm like that. So credit to you. Credit to you for not wailing like that because you just carry on with your job.
Yeah.
And you're a prime example to that kid to stop like moaning and just get on with it.
Stop moaning. You might end up with 4 or 5.
You can still play at a good level.
Knees and shins
still
and
banging goals in.
Yeah. I had a
So you banged the goal.
Yeah, big up the boys at Worley FC. I really had a good time.
What was your goal like?
Keeper should have done better. I can't lie. It's going to be out there, isn't it? It's going to be out there. Right, great prod. Love that. Bridgie, what do the people need to do?
Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, rate and review. And how do they get in contact, Colin?
You can email us on hello@thedressingroom@gmail.com.
Right, lads, we'll be back next Tuesday. Let's hope we have some great football next week.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says the US and Iran have had productive conversations about a complete and total resolution to the conflict in the Middle East, but Iran says no negotiations have taken place. Meanwhile, the UK Prime Minister holds an emergency COBRA meeting to tackle cost of living concerns as Keir Starmer and the US President speak on the phone. And in New York, a pilot and co-pilot are dead after an Air Canada plane collides with a fire engine at LaGuardia Airport. Now, Donald Trump says the US and Iran have held talks on the complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. As a result of the talks, he's postponed the strikes on Iran's power plants. But Iran's news agency has said the Strait of Hormuz will not return to pre-war conditions, adding that no negotiations with the US have taken place. Speaking earlier, the US president said Iran wanted to make a deal. Take a listen.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Great to have you both with me, as always, Jono and Gemma. Jono, let's start with you, because we're hearing one thing from President Donald Trump and we're also hearing another thing from Iran. So things are very mixed at the moment. But what do we know about negotiations at this stage of the game?
Well, yeah, like you said, Leigh Ann, it's a very mixed, it's a very confusing situation right now. The messaging from both sides doesn't really line up. So Trump, when we've heard him there saying very good, very productive conversations about a possible reduction in the conflict as well. And that's why he's paused what we've heard in the last 24 hours of that planned strikes on the Iranian power plant for a total of 5 days. So that says, look, at least there's some form of diplomatic channels that are opening. So that's good news. So even if it's informal, even if it is happening behind the scenes, it's still a step in the right direction. Now, On the other side, and we're hearing many reports of this, Iranian state media, they're saying no, there is no direct talks, there is no indirect talks. They're saying there's none taking place at all. So it means a few things. Either discussions are happening, but they're happening through intermediaries, and it's not Iran necessarily who's publicly saying that we're acknowledging them, or this is a strategic move. This is avoiding Iran, from their point of view, looking like they're negotiating, or that they're under any pressure, which, as we know, they don't like to appear like they're being weak or that they're being beaten in any way. But it does seem that there's still an escalation in the rhetoric. But you've got those threats about destroying the infrastructure, which of course we've heard, counter threats about targeting Gulf energy, but at the same time, so the signals seem to be that neither side is going to cross into that full-scale war. Now, right now it's a very fragile space, and diplomacy, if it is happening, it's happening very quietly, but publicly both sides are posturing, and very aggressively as well. The US has history though. They can always say one thing, and then maybe there's talks, and then do another. We've been there twice before. So it's a concern, I think, for anyone watching on. And it's 5 days of a kindling that we'll be watching to see if it catches fire.
And you know what, Jono and Gemma, I just want to bring you some news lines that we're getting. Throughout the day, we have, of course, had a response from Iran to Donald Trump saying that negotiations are happening, but we haven't heard from Israel. But we have now had a statement from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said that he's held a conversation with President Donald Trump and vows to protect Israel's interests. So that's an update that we are getting. So now we see communication lines and Israel's response. But Gemma, what's really interesting is let's talk about the power plants. These have become such a focus of the threats between Donald Trump and Iran at the moment, and it seems to have really pivoted around this.
It has become a major focus. Now, this is mainly about Karg Island. Now, Karg Island is a small island off of the coast of Iran, and it's home to a major oil terminal, and it's actually considered the country's economic lifeline. Now, on the 13th of March, the US military bombed Karg Island, quote, totally obliterating the military infrastructure. But they also said that they had held off targeting the oil infrastructure. And a White House official later told the BBC that the US military can take out Karg Island at any time. So the threat has been looming for a very long time. Now, with regards to these power plants, there are plans, rumours of plans, to strike at 130 or over 130 Iranian power plants. Now, these provide 95% of the country's electricity. However, Iran has very much come back with an eye for an eye approach and said, if you go after our electricity, we're going to go after yours. Now, what this is called infrastructure warfare, where you disable the systems, electricity, power, desalinization plants, and it's actually as powerful as wiping out, military bases or destroying armies, because you're effectively crippling military operations because they run on electricity. Radar, air systems, command and control centers, communications, absolutely everything runs on electricity. Now, if you take out the electricity, you're also taking out a country's infrastructure, oil production, refineries, banking, finance system, transport, logistics, hospitals, water systems, schools. You're taking out absolutely everything. So it's no small threat to say that you're going to obliterate Karg Island or even go and finish the job that you started. Now, the problem with this is, as I've said, Iran has said they're going to meet head-on strikes with strikes. You've got tit-for-tat escalation, and we've got the potential to see that build.
And Jono, I just want to come back to you, and I just want to come back to where we are in negotiations, because we spoke about Karg Island, how strategically important it is, and also how much the IRGC and the Iranian government want to stay in power. So this is a really critical moment for them too. But also, I think something that's quite interesting that's coming out of today's talks is apparently from the Iranian side, reports are suggesting the parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Qualibaf, is negotiating with the US, and this has come out, and I find this absolutely fascinating. I don't know what your thoughts are. We haven't heard much about Qualibaf. He is a hardliner, part of the IRGC, but it seems to be lines of communication are opening up with the US and Iran after we see a lot of those top leaders have been decapitated.
Yeah, and again, it's not just there, but the US envoys have said, yes, there's senior Iranian figures who are maybe potentially true intermediaries. We don't know, but they're speaking. I mean, are we close to a deal is the million-dollar question that nobody knows, saying they're very good and productive talks as well. We're seeing players in the game that we haven't seen before. And again, this is all about the posturing. Iran will not want to be seen to be the ones who are stepping to the negotiating table, but a threat over something that, again, under regular times, if you were to look at this, could be seen as somewhat of a war crime, depending on where those power supplies are actually looking after. If it's a purely civilian infrastructure that they are powering, then that can be looked at as something that potentially could be a war crime if there's any civilians who are harmed. Is it disproportionate to the military gain that the US would currently have over that as well? Something like that is a real threat. And I think it's worked into the US's favour. It could have gone one of two ways. It seems to have worked into the Trump administration's favour. The indicators are there that people are going to the table. And I think we've spoken about this before, the disconnect between the government that are in play, the IRGC, the president, the Ayatollah. It seems to be quite noticeable. And you can't tell who knows what, because it seems like they're all operating on their own kind of agenda right now. This might be what we're seeing here from Iran's point of view. It may simply be that the IRGC are unaware that negotiations are taking place at a different level, and that has happened in the past. We've heard that in the past before, when we've heard of pauses to hitting GCC countries, and that didn't happen. And their element of that was saying that it wasn't passed down to the people who were in command and making the decisions on the ground. So if those conversations are happening, give it 24 hours and see if we can get more clarification on if it actually is or it's not.
And Gemma, if we just also look at it from another point of view, we could think that is Donald Trump using delay tactics? He gave that 48-hour deadline that we saw. That 48-hour deadline is just about up now. And then we saw this dramatic change of stance on his Truth Social today. And we also know 5,000 US Marines are due to arrive in the Middle East. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
As Jono said earlier, Iran has been here twice before with negotiations, and they have actually spoken publicly about it. You know, twice before we've been entering into negotiations, and twice before the US has ordered military strikes rather than staying at the negotiation table. I think what we need to look at as well is how this affects Trump's popularity at home, because as soon as he said this is coming to an end, you know, Iran's coming to the negotiations table, we saw oil prices drop. You know, we saw Brent crude fall. We saw gas prices fall. We saw stock market, you know, rally. So is he saying these things because it's actually happening through the back channels, you know, and also through the negotiators, you know, through the likes of Egypt and Turkey? Or is it also a rallying cry because it's not been a very popular war in the US? I still don't think many voters know what they're there for.
And I think that is such a good point to make, because it has not been a popular war in the US, as you said. And as soon as Donald Trump actually spoke and sent out that Truth Social, stocks rebounded from a 4-month low. And also we saw oil drop. And this is what is being the big debate because of the Strait of Hormuz. So, yes, very good. Was Donald Trump doing it to benefit the economy, or are talks really happening? I mean, that's a question we'll probably know the answer to in the next 48 hours. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on. And the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has chaired an emergency Cobra meeting today following a phone call with US President Donald Trump. The two leaders discussed the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, calling it essential to resume global shipping. Speaking earlier today, Starmer told reporters the UK would not get dragged into the Iran war. Take a listen.
Well, look, we carry out assessments all the time in order to keep us safe, and there's no assessment that we're being targeted in that way at all. But of course, it's my job to ensure that British interests, British lives are always uppermost in my mind. What we need here is de-escalation. We need, and that's why we had a statement from a number of countries last week about what we need to do about the Straits of Hormuz, which obviously needs careful coordination and a viable plan. But it's very important we defend our interests, we defend British lives, but without getting dragged into the war. And that's the clear divide I've put in place. Yes, defend our interests, defend British lives. No, not get dragged into the war.
Gemma, so let's start with you. A new week and a new phone call between Keir Starmer and President Donald Trump. Keir Starmer's had a lot on today. What was really on the agenda for him?
He has. And you know what I think we heard from that clip? We heard a prime minister putting his country first, not putting American interests first, but putting what he thinks, and I do believe is the mood of his country first. And I think that's admirable. And that's the way that that's what the voters will be looking for. Now, this was a telephone conversation between Trump and Starmer. Now, we have to just set some context, first of all, because it came just after Trump had shared on Truth Social a skit which mocked Starmer on the new UK version of Saturday Night Live, and it portrayed Starmer as weak and simpering and scared to speak on the phone to Trump. So immediately after he shares this on Truth Social, he has the phone call with Starmer. I think by now Starmer's probably used to, as most leaders are used to, being mocked or called out by Trump online. So that's probably, probably didn't even come up in the phone call. Now, Downing Street called the call constructive, but they didn't release any further details. Trump, as is his wont, he said that the UK had offered to send aircraft carriers to the region, but, quote, we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. And then he labelled Britain our once great ally. So there's a lot of leaning in here that Trump's doing into the special relationship. Now, I actually think that time for nostalgia has passed, and I think younger generations in the UK probably don't know as much about it as perhaps, say, boomer generations and older generations. So I think if Trump's trying to pressure the UK into doing what he wants, by leaning on something like that, it's really not the way to go. And as you said, Starmer did then call a Cobra meeting with Rachel Reeves, with the Bank of England, and he came out of that with his focus very much on the cost of living and how he can reduce it for Britons.
And it's absolutely fascinating because he also faced the liaison committee today when MPs questioned him over what's happening and the war in Iran. And I thought he was quite interesting because he was really picked up on defence spending, the lack of defence spending in the UK, and the fact that the UK is too reliant on the US when it comes to military and AI. So that's something that Keir Starmer is going to have to face up to in the future, and the cost of living crisis. But, Jono, also the impact of the war is spreading. There was a reported hate crime in the UK today, and I wonder if Starmer had sort of thought this might have happened, or has he been late to the game?
Look, I think what he did, Leigh Ann, and it's a classic Starmer move, and I've been vocal about this in the past before. He underestimated this war. Now, I will add that I don't think he's alone. I think that Trump also underestimated this war, and I thought this was going into it, what they all envisaged was going to be a 4-day conflict or a week maximum, and then that would be it. It would be done. We'd have Venezuela all over again. And I think from Starmer's point of view, the estimation from him at the start was that this was not going to have a knock-on effect for the everyday person in the UK who he is in charge of government for. And I think that was the reluctance that we first and foremost saw when he said it came to, let's not necessarily put our foot into this battle because it's not our battle to fight. Then all of a sudden, when Cyprus becomes a target, now Keir Starmer has to try and backtrack and try and, as Gemma said, mend that friendship, that brethren that was there, that very much is out the window now, and there's been too much water under the bridge for the two of them, I think, to be able to come back from that. The ripple effect that we're seeing in what you just referenced there, Leigh Ann, the conflict outside of the UK has a very real effect on the UK itself. So this was in London. 4 ambulances that belonged to a Jewish volunteer emergency service were deliberately set on fire. So the police said this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. There are reports of explosions, major emergency responses as well, and now there's a manhunt for those suspects. But this shows you just how quickly tensions in the Middle East can translate into division and also into incidents that are thousands of miles away from the Middle East. The conflict has escalated. It's not contained. We know that for sure. The influence in the public sentiment increases, and there's a polarisation that goes along with that. And unfortunately, yes, we've seen it in the past. It leads to these targeted attacks. against specific communities. And there's been a pattern of this in previous conflicts as well, spikes in anti-Semitism, spikes in Islamophobia, wider social tensions as well. And this is just another example of that. Keir Starmer's government have tried to deal with that on a geopolitical front at least, and the economic fallout that the everyday person on the street is suffering, because now we're seeing fuel prices increase, cost of living as a result will increase as well. That impact on the ground for countries like the UK has been very underestimated. And I think Keir Starmer, very much the swan of British government, above it looks quite graceful and he looks like he's holding it all together. Underneath, the 2 feet are going hell for leather, because right now he's trying to backpedal on what he said he wasn't going to do by helping and sending a warship that's taken 2 months to get to the region it needs to go to. So I think this is a classic Starmer move. He's underestimated it, and I think he thought he was doing what the British public wanted, but now has been forced to react.
And, Jono, HMS Dragon is the British warship you're talking about. It still hasn't arrived in Cyprus. Yeah. And a lot of people are saying, is it going to arrive once the war's over? That's been the criticism of what's happening with HMS Dragon. But, Gemma, I just wanted to touch on the cost of living crisis because Jono mentioned it there. And we have to be honest, the UK's really suffered. They had COVID and then, obviously, the war in Ukraine. And they were very dependent on that oil and that energy. And now we see what's happening in Iran, and once again, it affects the fuel prices. And people are already struggling in the UK, and now they're going to have to lift the price cap on energy. So things are just going to become even more harder, and the government are going to have to try and find some money from somewhere.
I think what's interesting about this cost of living crisis is that it's being felt globally. And I don't think we've actually seen a government effectively tackle it anywhere, where you can say, this country has done amazing work tackling the cost of living crisis. Let's look at what they've done and bring it to us. We've seen it in the US. I mean, do you remember how long was it? A couple of years ago, even a year ago, the cost of eggs, that was just making headlines all over. So the cost of living crisis, as you said, we went from COVID, we went from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and now we're here. This has been a good 6-7 years in the making, and no one has yet been able to do anything about it. So I'm really not sure how, in the middle of this conflict, is the time to be tackling it. Has Starmer got some ace up his sleeve that he's going to play? But it is important for the voters, I think, that they are heard, that they know that their politicians know there is a cost of living crisis, because all too often politicians are seen as from a wealthier class, living in their ivory towers, and they don't know. So he's very much telling his voters, I understand, I see you, I see the problems, and look, I'm trying to tackle it.
And I think exactly to what Gemma said as well, to his defence on this, and Keir Starmer's up against it completely, the cost of living crisis predates the conflict in the Middle East, for sure. He has looked at things like help for specific groups, like heating oil users as well. We've seen the cap that's come into place and the anti-profiteering measures against electrical companies as well. So I don't know if it's necessarily safe to say that it's been badly handled yet. And he said today he's going to pull every single lever will be explored to try and ease the rising cost of living from the conflict that's currently taking place. So to his defence, I think he's doing the best he can with the hand that he was dealt, but it is too little too late.
And it's really interesting. We'll see how this plays out. But obviously, a lot of analysts are feeling that Starmer just does too many U-turns too late on. We're talking about HMS Dragon. We're talking about supporting the US in this Iran conflict. And we're talking about the cost of living crisis. But thank you so much on your thoughts there. Let's move on now. And markets across Asia tumbled on Monday as escalating tensions in the Middle East drove oil prices higher, raising concerns over the impact of regional economies. Shares in Japan and South Korea fell sharply as investors reacted to the prospect of higher energy costs lasting longer. And for import-dependent economies like Taiwan, the impact is already being felt.
Fuel prices in Taiwan rose again on Monday, the second increase since the Iran crisis began. At a petrol station in Taipei, drivers say the pressure is mounting.
Of course it's a big impact. We're out driving every day. The fuel prices have gone up so much, and we're really losing out.
Before, filling up the tank cost just over $1,000. Now it's more like $1,500 or $1,600.
Taiwan relies almost entirely on imported energy, leaving it highly exposed to global price swings. To manage that, the government uses a price smoothing mechanism, limiting how much fuel prices can rise at any one time, with the state-run CPC Corporation absorbing part of the increase. But while that helps cushion sudden spikes, the steady increases are still adding up.
I just hope the war ends soon. Once it's over, the prices will come back down.
At major energy facilities like the Guangtang LNG terminal and Taoyuan refinery, authorities are working to maintain stable supply. But with global markets under strain, the question is how long that buffer can hold if higher prices persist. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
And, Jono, we spoke about markets slightly earlier and how they came down on Donald Trump's talks about negotiations happening. But when we look at Asia, it's been a real concern. Why has this region been so affected by the war?
I mean, I think it's a surprise. From my point of view, I had to look at the shipping routes to figure out why has Asia been hit so particularly bad. How much of a reliance does it have on energy imports, and specifically on that oil and gas that we've spoken so much about in the last couple of weeks that travels through the Strait of Hormuz, which is all but closed to traffic at the moment. So that's why we're seeing these sharp drops in stocks and across Asia as well. It's not been limited at all. We've seen this happen across the board in places like Japan and South Korea. They depend heavily on that route for their economies, for their fuel, for their industries, for their daily life as well. So, in simple terms, for Asia, yes, it seems like a distant conflict, much like the UK, but the potential for disruption it's a lifeline for these economies. Even in Thailand right now, we're hearing, although officially that's not the line, but they're not saying tourists don't come, but there's a situation on ground there that is creating this perception, because of fuel shortages and disruption there. They're limiting how much people can fill their tanks with. They're closing once the daily supplies are actually out. And in some cases, people are queuing overnight just to get fuel as well. So this is the knock-on effect. And this, again, is what we're seeing across Europe right now.
And it's so interesting because you mentioned Thailand there, but countries like Pakistan, India, Vietnam are encouraging people to work from home, to not go into the offices, to conserve energy at the moment, because like we said, there are real concerns about shortages and they've been felt. But Gemma, we're talking about this, and this all comes after the Japanese Prime Minister actually visited the White House last week. And I wonder how much influence does this region have over Donald Trump and what he does next in the Iran war?
So, yeah, Asia has what I would say significant economic influence, but limited political control. So, as we've seen, they have not been involved with the war whatsoever. And China, obviously, very much sit and wait. So the relationship between Asia and the US is sort of best described as indirect pressure. Now, Asia has huge economic leverage. Asia is the largest buyer of Middle Eastern oil, and it's heavily, as Jono said, heavily dependent on the Strait of Hormuz and getting that opened as soon as possible. Now, we're already seeing disruptions across Asian economies. You've got Japan's share index down and South Korea's also. You're starting to see slower growth in China and India. And of course, the global supply chain. And even if the strait opens, how long until that picks up again? So this, interestingly as well, the war is actually strengthening some US and Asia economic ties, as Asian countries are actually buying more US energy, and the US is kind of exploiting the crisis because they have expanded their LNG exports to Asia. So I think the influence here is economic. And once they exert that, which they haven't, we haven't seen these Asian countries actually putting direct pressure on. But I think once they do, that is going to be felt in Washington.
And what's really interesting is, of course, the US is sort of safeguarded from these energy problems because they have expanded so much of their fracking and they have so much LNG now in-house. It's been something that's very different for them. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. An Air Canada pilot and their co-pilot have been killed after their plane collided with a fire engine at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The aircraft had taken off from Montreal on Sunday Sunday evening with 72 passengers and 4 crew on board. 41 were taken to hospital, some with serious injuries. Authorities have warned of cancellation and road closures as a result of the incident. So, Gemma, a really tragic incident that took place. What more do we know about the accident and how this all kind of unfolded?
Yeah, as you said, we had 41 taken to hospital, seriously injured. At the moment, 32 have been released. The remainder are quite seriously injured. And we had 2 people killed. That was the pilot and the co-pilot. Now, this happened when an Air Canada Express regional jet collided with a fire truck on the runway at LaGuardia. Now, the plane had been coming from Montreal. They had 72 passengers on board and 4 crew. Now, what immediately, the questions that are being asked, there's 2 key questions, which is, why were 2 clearances given at the same time, which is why the fire truck was given clearance to cross the runway and why the aeroplane was given clearance to land at the same time. And was it human error, system failure, or staffing issues? Now, also, they're looking at communications between tower control and ground control. Now, this points to absolute failure in safety levels, which you can't have at an airport. Now, what it ties into as well is Trump and Elon Musk's DOGE, their Department of Government Efficiency. If we remember, they went into the TSA and the FAA and they completely gutted it. And at the time, safety experts were saying, this is too many people. You've got rid of too many people. You're going to affect safety at airports. And so, as awful as it seems, those people are probably saying to themselves, it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. Now, also factoring in, you've got the partial government shutdown, which has decreased the amount of staff that are at these airports as well. And also, we've seen, it's just come out over the past couple of hours that there seemed to have been an admission by one of the ground control staff who said, who was actually caught on recorded saying, I messed up. So this is going to be a long, protracted investigation. But I think at its heart, we're looking at the potential for human error.
Gemma, I just want to repeat what you said, because we had a slight glitch on the line there with your internet connection, but the controller said, I messed up, according to reports. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. But, Jono, we're seeing those pictures on our screen, but there were also some really harrowing reports from eyewitnesses. Like, it seems to be, a very tragic moment.
It really was, and the accounts are shocking as well. And to say that we've had, obviously, any more than 0 deaths is a tragedy, but to say that there weren't more people killed in this is really incredible, nonetheless. But the accounts are, as you'd imagine, terrifying. People on board said there was a sudden and violent jolt, and they thought the plane, initially they said it must be a mechanical fault, maybe it's a blown tyre. Then very quickly they figured out that something much more serious had actually happened, and that collision with the fire truck on the runway. So there was reports inside the cabin was people screaming, luggage been thrown around, a very urgent evacuation that seems to be managed very, very well by some of the staff on board. Nonetheless, one lady who was one of the staff members, who was one of the cabin crew, was found still strapped into her seat, but outside of the aircraft. So it's really, it's phenomenal how it's somewhat of a miracle that more people haven't been killed. Of course, we know about the pilot and the co-pilot. The injuries and all this chaos, it must have been chaotic at the time. But what's concerning, and I think this is what Gemma said, is just how rare this kind of an incident is. The runway is such a tightly, highly controlled environment. A vehicle like a fire engine, they're under strict conditions, as any vehicle would be on a runway, as you can imagine. So the investigators are going to focus on that. There's a critical question here. How did that fire engine end up in the same space as a landing aircraft, which under every single circumstance across the globe has got full-on priority on that runway at that time? So it could be a communication breakdown, it's a timing issue, it's a procedural failure. I mean, I heard what Gemma said about the ATC controller saying that, it may have been their fault, but this is something the aviation authorities will be taking very, very seriously after an incident like this, which, as I said, is so incredibly rare for something like that to happen.
And that's it. Sorry, go Gemma.
Fire engine was actually racing to another plane. So that's why it was racing across the runway, because another plane had been reported as having like strange odors, maybe like a fuel leak coming from it. So that's why it was racing across. And I think also harrowing is you can actually hear the air traffic controller telling them to stop, you know, over and over again. So again, that message didn't get through either.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Gemma and Jono. Now, it's that time of the show where you've both come up with two of your quirkiest stories of the day. And Gemma, I want to start with yours because it's actually about something I really love, and it's about an elusive artist's identity finally being revealed. Tell us more, and do we actually really know who Banksy is? Because I don't ever really want to know.
I was avoiding it. When I started seeing all the headlines, Banksy's identity finally revealed, I was like, no, I don't want to know anything. So Reuters has done this lengthy investigation, and they say they have finally unmasked Banksy, who is the British urban artist, famous for not just art across the UK, art in Ukraine, art in Tel Aviv as well, across Israel, putting art in the Louvre, sneaking it in and sticking it to the wall. So very much sort of guerrilla artist, and his identity has been unknown for decades. You know, it's been said that it was a bit of a well-known secret within the artistic community, but if they knew, they weren't saying, and I was forever grateful for that. But yes, Banksy has finally been unmasked. Evidently, he is a man called Robin Gunningham, who is around 53. He's from Bristol in the UK, which people knew anyway, because that's where his art first started when he first, came on the scene. Now, also, he changed his name to David Jones. Now, I like this because David Jones is the second most common name for men in the UK. So even adding a layer of anonymity, he picked, the most kind of common name in the UK. Mm. So Robin Gunningham, David Jones. And what Reuters did as well, they looked at flight manifests, to Ukraine, they looked at flight manifests to Paris, and they kept finding this David Jones over again. So they really went in depth. But I have to say, I don't want to know Banksy's identity. Let's keep some mystery. Why not? Next thing you'll be telling me the Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist, and I simply don't want to know this.
I must admit something. I'm with you, Gemma. I never wanted to know who Banksy was. Jono, are you happy that we finally know who Banksy is? Because there were rumours that he was David Allbine for a long time, wasn't it? It
Correct.
was the.
Yeah,
am I right in that? I'm a bit disappointed.
There was a rumour.
It's not him.
But I mean, look, myth means legend. Identity just means it's Dave from Bristol out with his stencil again on the streets. And, he's just been a social delinquent. And I just think the era mystery that was there kind of made it a bit more suave, a bit more cool. I don't think there was a need for us to go and unmask him. And people have been trying it for many, many years. But I think we could have invested energy and more credit to them. That's an incredible job. But is there not unsolved murders that we could have been spending our time doing? Instead, something that actually benefits society, instead of letting Dave from Bristol continue to do his drawings.
And let's talk about murders, actually, because this brings us on nicely to your story. You set me up perfectly there, Jono, for my segue. And it's about a case that involves a dog, and it's a murder mystery. Tell us more.
Well, this is phenomenal. It almost sounds unbelievable. A Labrador, super smart dog, was digging in the garden, and then he found a small bottle. Now, what it contained was it's a little Victorian-era bottle, and it said, "Do not drink" on it, so you already think what's going on here. But it actually ended up containing poison. Now, that poison has been linked to a very suspicious murder case that dates back more than 160 years. So it is fascinating because nobody was actively investigating this, completely accidentally. And given the find that historians and investigators will use so much effort to try and put into one of these cases, this one's been hanging there for over a century. And now a Labrador shows up, and sometimes in history something resurfaces in the most unexpected way, as this is the case. It took a dog to uncover this potential clue for a long-forgotten crime. So it sparked a lot of interest because people like that combination. Mystery like Banksy, history, like Banksy, and also this really bizarre twist as well with the dog comes at the centre of it, which I think just gives a little combination of things where you think, that's a nice story. However, I would like my dog to have a look and think, you know what, if my dog could just aspire to be just 1/10 of what that Labrador is doing, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing?
My dog just lays around on the sofa, so I don't have a crime-solving dog. Jono, do you not have any great puns for us based around Sherlock Holmes and dogs or anything like that?
You know what, Gemma, you put me in the spot. I hadn't come up with one. What a pity. I should have come up with one.
I don't have one either, I must say. But one thing I find amazing is how did they know to take that bottle to the police? How did they find out it was actually a poison? I don't know.
When something says don't drink it, Leigh Ann, normally people will say, wonder what's inside in it, and maybe that was what happened then.
Yeah, but poison, that's just a bit, I don't know. But anyway, absolutely fascinating story. We've all got dogs. None of our dogs would ever solve a mystery. Well, we never know. I mean, they could surprise us, but it's really fascinating, isn't it? Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And thanks to our guest today, of course, presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Please do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English, broadcasting from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump says he's ordering the US military to postpone strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for 5 days, citing productive dialogue. We'll be asking who's talking to who and could there be an end in sight to this conflict? And 3 weeks of violence between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon has killed more than 1,000 people there. We'll be speaking to UNICEF to find out what toll this conflict has been taking on Lebanon's children. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US President Donald Trump says the US and Iran have held talks on a, quote, complete and total resolution of tensions in the Middle East, adding that he is now holding off on threatened strikes against Iranian power plants. Well, this follows on from a 48-hour ultimatum that he set to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, with President Trump warning the US would, quote, obliterate Iran's power facilities. We're joined now by Raslan Ibrahim, who is a professor of international relations at the State University of New York. Professor Ibrahim, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Quite a lot of progress, it would appear, is being made. We've heard President Trump saying today the US has had, quote, good and productive conversations with Iran. He's also saying that he's ordering the postponement of military strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. What do you read into this? Does that sound like progress to you?
Yes, I think this is the most conciliatory message of President Trump since the beginning of the war. And you can see regional parties like the news said that Egypt, Pakistan and Turkey has been transferring message between Tehran and Washington on this. As you said, the goal of this message from President Trump also is to calm the markets and calm the concern that has been even within the American public as well as the oil and the gas prices are very high. So one of the main goals of this statement is to calm the markets and to calm the American public, who is worried that this war is not going to end soon. So I think the statement about that at least there is a negotiation between the parties that could bring some hope that this war could end sometime soon.
Okay, so you're saying an attempt to calm the markets, and you're describing this as the war of narratives. And it's quite confusing, this story, because the Iranian Fars news agency is saying that there is no such dialogue taking place directly or indirectly. Why do you think there is such a discrepancy when it comes to establishing what the facts are here?
First of all, is because of the history of Donald Trump's statements. President Trump, since the beginning of this war, has making contradictory statements about this war, about the goals of this war, about the strategy of the war, about winning or losing in this war. So the contradiction on his previous statements make American public as well as the market are not confident on the truth of his statements, and that's partly because of the contradictions of his previous statement. In addition to that, I think the statement that came from Tehran is also part of the war of narrative. This war is not only military, is not only economic, but is also war on narrative. The three main parties of this war, Israel, Iran, and the United States, have been engaging in this war of narrative since day one. Each one of these parties try to portray that they are the winner of this war. And they think the statements from Tehran is to show that the Iranian regime is resilient, is still powerful, and is not under pressure. Again, this is part of the narrative and the war of narrative on this war.
Okay, Professor. Last week we heard President Trump saying words to the effect that there was no one left to talk to on the Iranian side. He seemed to be implying that so many high-profile individuals had been assassinated by the United States. And now he's saying that there have been these constructive exchanges regarding a complete and total resolution of hostilities. What's your understanding? Who's talking to who? Any names, any individuals?
It looked like there is no direct negotiation between Tehran, the regime in Tehran, and the Trump administration. As I said before, it looked like they are regional powers, which is Turkey, Pakistan, and Egypt has been engaging in mediation between those two parties. Before that was Oman was also engaging in mediation between the United States and Iran. I think when it comes to the Iranian regime, it's interesting that despite the assassination of the leadership of this regime sustained its power, and that is partly because, or largely because, of the institutional power. I think the regime in Tehran learned from the mistake of other regimes in the Middle East, like Gaddafi in Libya or Assad in Syria, that to make the survival of the regime is not solely dependent on those on the supreme powers. Right? So I think that's tell us something about the institutional capacity of the Iranian regime, that even though 3 or 4 weeks of this war, despite the power of the U.S. and Israel, it stays in power. So I think the institutional power here of the regime tell us about why this regime has sustained itself despite all this military power against it from the United States and Israel. In addition to that, I think the Iranian regime using what I call economic war, which is affecting the Strait of Hormuz and making the price of this war is very high to everyone, not only to Israel and the United States, but also to U.S. allies in the region, as well as the oil and gas markets. So that put pressure on the U.S. to try to find, at least to negotiate and find a solution to this war.
Do you think to some extent the Israelis and the Americans underestimated their adversary here, and they underestimated the sorts of retaliatory measures that Iran is clearly able to take?
At least from the Israeli side, I think the expectation was that the regime could fail after the first few days after the assassination of the leadership of this regime, but it didn't fail. I think it was a surprise of the capacity of the regime to sustain itself, as well as the capacity of the regime to affect the global market and the global economy, as well as the capacity of the regime to hit Israel cities Even though 4 weeks from the beginning, we are in the 4th week of this war. So I think that it was kind of underestimation of the regime. The 3 main goals of Israel of this war, regime change hasn't been achieved. Destroying the nuclear capacities of Iran hasn't been achieved, as well as destroying the ballistic missiles hasn't been achieved. So even though U.S. and United States has military supremacy over Iran and has been attacking and weakening Iran regime, but there hasn't been successful in achieving total victory. This is what Benjamin Netanyahu promised the Israeli public. Total victory as reflected in achieving 3 main goals: regime change, destroying the nuclear capacity, as well as destroying the ballistic missiles. So even though Iran is much weaker today than it was 4 weeks ago, and Iran is much weaker today regionally because its allies in the region are weaker, Hamas is weak, Hezbollah is weaker, and Assad regime failed in Damascus. So it's weaker domestically and regionally, but the regime has succeeded to protect itself. And again, when we talk about Iran, we need to distinguish between the 3 main security. Security of the regime, security of the state, and security of the people. And the regime has been successful in protecting the security of the regime, even though it is at the expense of the security of the people, of the Iranian people, and the security of the state. The question is whether this regime can sustain itself in the long term after it has been much weaker than it has been ever before.
What can we assume that Washington's Gulf allies are telling President Trump's administration at this point?
I think the Arab Gulf states, they have been paying the highest price of this war. They didn't initiate this war. They tried to solve this war, but they are paying the highest price of this war. From the Arab Gulf states, that if the regime of Iran is a major threat to them, as we have seen. It's a threat to Saudi Arabia, to Kuwait, to UAE, to Qatar, and all Arab Gulf states. And they had been attacked by the Iranian regime. So they feel the threat, and the geographic proximity make them much more in danger than Israel and the United States. That's first. But on the other hand, if this regime fails, they will be a neighboring of a failed state. And the experience of Libya and Syria and Afghanistan tell us that failed states pose a major threat to neighboring countries because they are a fertile ground of terrorism and extremism. So either way, they will be under threat from Iran. In addition to that, I think their reliance on U.S. protection. This war shows that they have to rethink their strategy. They have to rethink their strategy in order to protect their own security. So in addition to have this reliance on American power, they need to also add regional mechanism to protect themselves. As I said, they didn't initiate this war, but they have paid the highest price of this war so far, more than Israel and more than the United States and more than other regional countries.
So if, returning to the point we were making at the beginning, the dialogue is taking place, and let's suppose it yields some results and the off-ramps are found and somehow the situation de-escalates. Is there an argument that Iran will be longer term a greater danger to its neighbors than it was before as a result of these last 3 weeks during which they've learnt lessons, and there's an argument that they could come back stronger? What do you make of that line of thinking?
Materially speaking, this regime is much weaker now. Israel and the United States has succeeded in weakening this regime dramatically, as well as weakening its allies in the region. But the question is, as a result of this war, who are going to be the leaders of the new regime of Iran? And what is their own ideology as well own strategy? Are the new leaders more radical or moderate? And I think that's a very important question. Second point I would like to make about this question is What this war tell Iran and tell also Arab Gulf states? So Iran used its proxy allies in the region as well as its ballistic weapons to deter attacks from Israel and the United States, but that failed. So what that tell us, what this war is going to tell the Iranian leaders about the nuclear plan? Does this war is going to convince the Iranian leadership to give up on the nuclear plan, or actually to convince them that they need a nuclear plan in the future for their own security? So that's a big question. The second question, that's also for the Arab Gulf states. What is going to be the new strategy and security policy of the Arab Gulf states after this war? Are they going to change in their strategic thinking after this war? Therefore, there's a lot of this war will have an impact not only on the balance of power in the region. The balance of the power in the region had changed dramatically as a result of this war. Iran is weaker, its allies are weaker. Israel and U.S. hegemony has been increased in the region. But I think the other important effect of this war is what is the impact of this war on the strategy of the regional powers and the states in the region? Are we going to see rethinking of their alliances, rethinking of their security strategies at the end of this war?
Yeah, and actually on that note, I saw some comments by the foreign minister of Oman, a country that prides itself on neutrality and the country that was brokering the talks between the United States and Iran. The minister said this is not a war of Iran's making. This war is causing widespread economic problems. And I detect in what he was saying frustration, impatience. And I'm wondering whether you think countries like Oman might ultimately rethink, who their allies are.
And I don't think it's just, the question is not only about Oman. I think the question is about all states in the region. Like, as I said before, is this war make states to rethink their own strategy. And I think this war showed showed the limits of the strategy that they have been adopting for decades. Now, this war will make not only changes in the balance of power, but also changes in their security strategies. And in the case of Oman, its interesting strategy has been to be like a friend to all parties and try to mediate between the parties in the region. And they have been mediating between the U.S. and Iran. And I think the main concern of the Arab Gulf states that this war has significant effects on their own economy, significant effects on their own security, and that tells them to rethink their strategy. They built a strategy since 1990s that they believe that their strategy will protect their own economy, will protect their own security, and will protect their own stability. But this war showed the limits of that strategy. And the question is, what are the changes in their strategy are going to be after the end of this war?
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us. Raslan Ibrahim, Professor of International Relations at the State University of New York. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
We're joined now by Chip Chapman, who is a former senior British advisor to US Central Command, who joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. There's been quite a number of announcements and comments made on social media from President Trump. He says that dialogue is taking place. He says there'll be no attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure, at least not for now. Does it sound to you like we're heading in a sort of de-escalatory direction here?
Not necessarily. What we've done is get out of the escalation spiral for the moment. But there are 7 ways that you can escalate by either rhetoric, weapons, objectives, targets, geography, domains, or mobilization. And in fact, over the weekend, we saw escalation both in a horizontal and vertical sense. Horizontal by making the theatre of war larger by firing towards Diego Garcia, and vertically by the weapon employed there. So I think that was potentially a warning. And it is still the case that Iran can have a strike and withhold policy, which is, I think, one of the reasons that President Trump has rode back from his threat to destroy the energy infrastructure. But also, of course, I think there'd been pressure on President Trump because unless those energy systems are linked to military targets, i.e. directly power them, that would be illegal in international law. Now, President Trump doesn't probably take much cognizance of that, but quite a lot of the international community do, which is why, for example, Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, would not have allowed the use of UK bases for attacks on those types of targets.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been fairly hesitant, I think it's fair to say, to sign up and join forces. And I'm wondering whether you think perhaps he was right to be hesitant, not least given the fact that we get these contradictory, sometimes quite difficult to follow messages out of Washington.
Well, I think he was right for the simple reason that after the 2003 Iraq war, the long 7-year inquiry that came out of it led to a thing called the Chilcot Report, which was a kind of 10-part checklist on questions you need answering before you go campaigning again. And one of those is, what's the end state? And one of the other ones is, what are the second and third order consequences? It's some of those second and third order consequences that we seem to be seeing now, which seem to surprise President Trump. For example, he didn't expect the Strait of Hormuz to be closed, and he didn't expect retaliation. Both of those actually were in the playbook of CENTCOM, so I'm not sure why. I think he probably relied on the fact that because of Venezuela, he could do a decapitation on the supreme leader, and that would be it. And that's not the type of society and regime that Iran is, particularly with the clerical theocracy and with the IRGC in control.
And presumably those are things and messages that Washington's allies, notably the UK and others, would have conveyed, wouldn't they?
And I'm sure they did, but he chose to ignore it. I mean, certainly from the perspective of where you are, Tom, there's no GCC country which would have authorised kinetic action from Israel or America based on the terms that they were still in negotiations. And I think that's part of the problem from the Iranian de-escalatory perspective, that, you know, America and Israel attacked on day 61 of negotiations last June, and the negotiations were fairly nascent still when they attacked this time. So they've been bitten twice in the last 9 months by negotiations, and that's going to be one of the problems in trying to de-escalate and come to some negotiated conclusion, if that's indeed the way it goes.
And just sticking with the UK for one more question before we move on to other subjects, since you are in London. I mean, do you see the UK playing some sort of a role here in supporting the US militarily?
Well, I see some role ultimately in the Strait of Hormuz for the simple reason that one of the standing objectives of the UK has always been to keep the sea lines of communication open, which is why, for example, they contribute to the mission in the Red Sea, Bab al-Mandeb, which again could be horizontal escalation in the future. And secondly, why there's a planning team which have gone forward to CENTCOM headquarters in Tampa to look at how you would unlock the problem of the Strait of Hormuz. And it's worth saying that the 5-day break that President Trump has placed upon hitting energy targets doesn't alter the central fact that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed due to the anti-denial and anti-access capabilities of Iran.
Right, and the only way to get that strait reopened, presumably, is by striking some sort of a deal, is it?
Well, I think it probably is, because otherwise we'd forgot some of the recent lessons of war. So, for example, everyone technically, even if it was a US Marine Corps, a Marine Expeditionary Unit landing, is in what we call the kill zone of the drones from the experience of Ukraine. That is why, for example, there is glacial progress of the Russian troops in Ukraine. I'm not sure why we think that should be any different if they were to take either Hague Island or some of the islands in the south, you know, Abu Musa or the lesser and greater Tun.
Chip, I want to ask you, do you think there is a case to be made for arguing that Iran is a more dangerous adversary in the medium to longer term as a result of what's happened these last 3 weeks? After all, they're going to take away some lessons from this. It doesn't look like the regime is changing. Do you think that ultimately Iran will be, will emerge stronger and therefore be more dangerous later on down the line?
Yes, I do. So it could be weakened, but radicalized to an even greater extent. And one of the things that we've always said about that sort of regime is that it's a short-term paradox wrapped in a long-term paradox, a phrase I used to you last June, and that they might well double down both on their ballistic missile capability and indeed try and do a great leap forward in the future towards nuclear weapon, i.e. they'll be looking at the North Korean model rather than the Libyan model as the reason that they were attacked.
Are there any cracks appearing? Have you detected any notable divisions or cracks that could be exploited by the United States and Israel in the ranks of the IRGC?
Yeah, I think there are still these structural and systemic problems within the Iranian society, which doesn't help the IRGC long term. So there is probably a terminal decline within the IRGC, and the population will still have a angst against it. But the problem is this: even though America is saying that they've degraded 89% of drones or ballistic missiles, one of the things they haven't degraded is the number of bullets that the IRGC and Basij have. Neither have they degraded the intent of those organizations to use those bullets against the Iranian people. However, the longer you have an internet blackout, which we've had from day one, of course, you can't use the digital economy to pay people. And ultimately, you could again get into this situation as we had in the start of the Arab Spring of how am I supposed to live? The phrase which really set off the Arab Spring. And of course, that was what powered the original protests in late December. It was the social conditions and the rial falling significantly that powered the protests. Those structural problems still exist in Iranian society.
Now, the number of Iranian drone and missile attacks across this region appears to be down on last week. Does that tell us anything? Is there anything to be read into that?
I don't think that you can read too much into that. So if there was a start state, some people say, of 70 to 80,000 drones, it would still seem that they've got a significant number left in the inventory. And again, it's this strike and withhold mentality, which is the key thing for the future, because you don't need many systems to strike high-value targets to negate either passage through the Strait of Hormuz or to have the energy systems of the Gulf states paralyzed by a few well-placed strikes.
And in terms of what damage Iran is managing to inflict on Israel, for example, on Sunday they hit two southern Israeli towns quite close to Israel's secretive nuclear reactor, also quite close to a number of Israeli military installations. What do you think the answer is? What degree of damage is Iran managing to inflict?
Well, I think after 23 days of war, I think the Israelis will have been pretty shocked at how much damage there was at Dimona. And as you say, pretty close to the Negev nuclear research center. So that would worry the Israelis. I think that the concept, was always that they would be able to significantly degrade almost to zero a number of their launchers after a week or 2 weeks. So the fact that you've still got significant attacks by the Iranian authorities against Israel, and which are getting through, would be really worrying, I think, for the next week or 2 weeks.
Okay, and of course, Israel is also conducting a campaign in Lebanon, fighting Hezbollah, and a spokesperson for the Israeli army says that there could be weeks more fighting against Hezbollah. What sort of a time frame do you think we're looking at there in Lebanon? And do you think a ground invasion is an inevitability at this stage?
Yes, I do. I do think that the Israelis will go into Lebanon. They, rather like Iran, think that this is existential. They'll play to their own vital interests as they see them, not to America's. It'll be very difficult to restrain them in Lebanon, more so, I think, in Iran. But I think one of the contradictions that we've had recently is, of course, President Trump sort of criticizing the Israelis for the strike on the South Pars gas field, but then threatening to blow up all the energy infrastructure of Iran itself. And of course, it was that strike which did lead to a retaliation on part of the Qatari gas field. So there's a number of contradictions, which is why it's very difficult to read President Trump, and we always get a sort of whiplash effect from what he says almost on a day-to-day basis.
And in terms of Israel's objectives in Lebanon, how do you rate their chances of rooting out Hezbollah?
Well, they can do serious damage to them, but it's also very difficult to defeat an ideology. We know that one of the overall objectives is to weaken the proxies and sever the connection between Iran and Hezbollah, as it is for the Houthis and Hamas. If you can cut off their head in Iran, that's the best way to do it. At the moment, the intelligence coming out of America is that the regime is intact but degraded.
Okay, and just to sum up, I mean, it sounds like people are, well, we use the word off-ramp all the time at the moment, but it sounds like people are scrambling to find one, notably in the United States. Where do you see things heading to from here, Chip?
Well, it's absolutely the case that America and Israel have escalation dominance. They control the skies with air superiority. But it's also the case that Iran has escalation control. It is that strike and withhold that they can do and the damage that they can inflict. So it also is the case that both have given maximalist objectives 6 points to the other side. They don't look, to me at the moment, like they can be reconciled. The thing which will determine it from the American side, I think, is President Trump will be spooked by the price of a gallon of oil. I don't think he really understands how the international market works there. Inflation at home is something which would kick him and lots of the Republican Party out in the midterm elections. So it's a tricky one for him, but those are economic and energy problems. They are not security and political problems. It is that secure politics and political problem which Israel seeks to overwhelm Iran and Hezbollah with.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Chip Chapman, always a pleasure having you on the programme.
Thank you, Tom.
Meanwhile, in Lebanon, Israel's military says it will expand its ground operations against Hezbollah, with the Israeli army chief warning the offensive is still in its early stages. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes have triggered a growing humanitarian crisis, forcing thousands of people onto the streets of Beirut. Well, Lebanon's health ministry says more than 1,000 people have been killed and around 1 million people have been displaced, marking the deadliest wave of violence the country has seen since the civil war. We're joined now by Ricardo Perez, who is UNICEF's deputy spokesperson, who joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you for joining us, Ricardo. The fighting between Israel and Hezbollah is continuing in Lebanon. It's been 3 weeks today. More than 1,000 people have lost their lives there in Lebanon. But I want to ask you, first of all, what toll this violence has taken on the children of Lebanon?
The heaviest toll. Children are always the first ones to suffer and the ones who suffer the most in any situation of conflict. And children in Lebanon have been enduring this for way too long. We had an escalation in 2024, which ended with a ceasefire that we saw continued violence, and now it picks up again. And children are very much in the front line of this. We know that at least 118 children have been killed. Over 370 have been injured. Many of them have been displaced. We're talking about at least 350,000 children on the move who've been pushed away from their homes, that can no longer go to school or access very basic services such as healthcare. It's the heaviest toll. Children are always paying the highest price for wars that they have no say in it, that they never asked for.
Why is that, Ricardo? Why do children pay such a terrible price in a conflict?
Because they are the most vulnerable. They are the ones who need a sense of normalcy and safety. They need a routine. They have their whole lives ahead of them. They have futures to dream on. And yet, here we are talking about 118 children killed. Children, these are not only statistics. These are children with names and families and dreams that are now have been completely disrupted by violence again. And what are we going to do next? Are we going to keep counting the numbers and pretending that this is somewhat normal after 3 weeks of violence? And again, something that has picked up from previous conflict in 2024, when the death toll and the number of children injured and displaced was also very high. They're trying to recover from a previous emergency, but they didn't even have time for that.
Sure, and there's a situation now where there's more than 1 million people internally displaced in Lebanon. I mean, a very small country, that's about a quarter of the population. Just tell us a bit about what UNICEF's main roles, main focuses are right now.
So we've been sadly used to this kind of situation, not only in the region, but in many other countries where children end up at the very sharp end of a crisis like this, of conflict. So we have deployed mobile health teams and humanitarian workers to the shelters where children are displaced and are traumatized, are in shock, or are dealing with loss and grief and the fact that they can no longer go to school or meet their friends or even go home again. So we provide that service. We also provide vaccination for children who've had their routine vaccinations disrupted. We're trying to get children back into learning so they can continue at least to feel that sense of normalcy of being able to learn and interact with teachers, even if it's in a temporary shelter. UNICEF is, again, sadly used to this kind of humanitarian response, but we are not being able to meet the scale due to many different factors, including funding.
Right, and you touch on education, and when it comes to the education of children in Lebanon, when you look at these last 6 or 7 years, there's been disruption after disruption, whether it was the financial collapse, the port explosion in 2020, the COVID pandemic, 2 wars with Israel. What do you think could be some of the long-term effects of that sort of disruption and upheaval on children?
It's hard to measure, but we know that children take much longer to process trauma than adults do. So children are not little adults, as sometimes we tend to believe. They do need special attention and care when it comes to conflict and the fact that, again, as you mentioned, they've been exposed to violence and displacement and death and injury for way too many times over a very short period of time. So the mental health impact is real, is heavy, and it can last for a long time. We know that at least 100,000 children are out of school now. So from being able to go to class and interact with friends and learn, they are now sleeping in temporary shelters without some of the most basic needs that we're trying to provide.
And on top of everything else, global aid budgets have been cut in various countries. The United Nations is struggling financially. How does that affect you, and how thinly spread are you, therefore, in dealing with this 1 million displaced people crisis?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We are suffering the impact of the budget cuts for sure, and since they took place over a year ago, and in the case of Lebanon, our humanitarian appeal is $48 million to support this humanitarian response specific to this renewed conflict in Lebanon, and we're less than 20% funded. So in order for us to continue to provide the services that I just mentioned, we need that appeal to be 100% funded. So this is a call to the humanitarian community out there, to the international community, to our regular donors to really step up, because children in Lebanon cannot endure another round of conflict and not have the very basic services that they need. We're compromising an entire generation of children here if we don't do what we must right now, and it's becoming increasingly difficult.
And what is UNICEF's message to the warring parties here?
We need a ceasefire. Look, there's no other answer to conflict than putting the gun silent, going back to diplomacy, going back to the table and discussing a way out that will not put children's lives at risk and will not continue to make them suffer in their bodies and in their minds and make their families suffer. We're seeing images and hearing stories of children having to bury their parents or parents having to bury their children. I mean, these are unconscionable things for most people, but this is a reality for children in Lebanon and in the Middle East for way too long.
Yeah, we've talked mostly about Lebanon up until this point, but there are, of course, children in Iran who are bearing the brunt of the conflict there, and we saw that on the very first day of the conflict there. What are your sources on the ground telling you about the reality faced by Iranian children today?
Oh, they're in absolute fear. The death toll in Iran, as we hear, is even higher than in Lebanon. We're talking about 210 children reportedly killed. 1,500 children injured. Just let's stop a little bit on that figure itself, which we always tend to reinforce. These are underestimates. The death toll and the injury toll is potentially much higher. If we add that with what's happening in Lebanon, that's 2,200 children either injured or killed in 3 weeks in both countries. That's an average of 87 children either killed or injured every single day. So Iranian children are suffering a lot as well. And our sources on the ground are telling us that the level of fear and uncertainty and anxiety from a community that was not expecting such violence, such quick to escalate like this, and the number of displaced people as well in Iran, and including children, is super high. We're talking about 850,000 children on the move. It's a big country, a country that not in every place you go will be able to absorb that influx of people on the move, and the humanitarian services are not there. Many are trying to cross borders into Afghanistan, for example, which will bring problems on the other side of the border. So it's a catastrophic situation in Iran as well. So this violence needs to stop. Otherwise, again, children will continue to pay the highest price, and we're talking about a generation of children at risk due to war.
And how do humanitarian organizations operate under those sorts of circumstances? I mean, with daily heavy aerial bombardment, I mean, clearly an extremely dangerous job for the humanitarians.
Yeah, they are the real heroes here because they're literally risking their lives. And I've been to a few of these countries in the Middle East recently. I've been to Gaza recently, and you see on the ground how humanitarian workers, health workers are risking their lives day in and day out to keep people alive, to keep people in hospitals, in clinics, recovering from injuries. Again, the mental health toll is huge, providing psychosocial support when they themselves are dealing with the very fears that are threatening those children. So the situation is absolutely catastrophic for the civilian population, for children, but also for humanitarian workers, because in many of these countries, the access and the safety of health workers and humanitarian workers is not a given. They are really risking their lives, and we're seeing reports on a daily basis of people losing their lives trying to help those in need.
And are your teams on the ground in Lebanon saying that it does look like an escalation is on the cards? I mean, there are growing reports, there's growing speculation that a ground invasion is imminent. Does that tally with what your colleagues are telling you?
Yeah, we're preparing for the worst because we've seen officials making official claims that they will do to Lebanon what was done to Gaza, to Khan Yunis, which is completely leveled right now. So we've seen enough to believe that these are indeed possibilities that are already happening. And we're seeing just by the numbers that we've been talking about that this is not an unimaginable consequence. It's a reality. And we're very fearsome that indeed the worst days are yet to come, and that we're going to see more children killed and injured, more families displaced, more schools being turned into shelters, more hospitals being damaged or completely destroyed, and the civilian infrastructure that children depend so heavily on being completely depleted. That will take time to rebuild. And as we've seen with Gaza, the humanitarian toll, the human toll, the pain that it inflicts on the population is huge. It's hard for us to even put into words.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ricardo Pires, UNICEF's deputy spokesperson. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Ihab Matar, who is a member of the Lebanese parliament, who joins us now from Beirut. Ihab, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Arabiya English. I understand you're a long-standing critic of Hezbollah, and here is your country once again being dragged into a war by that group. I want to ask you whether this was all very predictable and whether you saw all the warning signs there that indeed conflict was inevitable.
In Lebanon, well, it was somehow predictable, knowing the long history of Hezbollah by not respecting the decisions by the Lebanese government over the last 25 years after the 2000. There was we thought that Hezbollah is going to surrender their arms now. Once we had what's called, if you want, once we have freed our land. But since 2000 to now, we had many situations where Hezbollah caused issues and then started conflict to Lebanon. So it was predictable somehow that Hezbollah at any minute, for any reason, would do such a stupid mistake like the one he did just recently. But we thought that this time, maybe after the 2024 issue and then the conflict that was very heavy on us in Lebanon here, we thought maybe Hezbollah will reconsider their position. But unfortunately, they did not. So unfortunately, it was expected, it was predictable, but we hoped that they would do otherwise.
I mean, this puts the Lebanese people in a very difficult dilemma. On the one hand, they're pulled in the direction of Hezbollah and Iran, and I think it's fair to say a majority of people do not want that. And on the other hand, they're being pulled in the direction of Israel. And, technically speaking, Israel and Lebanon are enemies. Who does the Lebanese public support in this? Do they take a side?
They don't take a side. They support Lebanon. They try to stay aside and away from both parties. Obviously, the impact that the war has caused on the Lebanese people over the last 40 years, if you like, made the Lebanese people believe that we have on one side what's regarded as an enemy to the state. Obviously, as in Israel, then we believe that Iran, the current regime since 1979, in its activities and then the issues they cause in the region, and then the attack on the Gulf state and then the Arab state, is acting like an enemy. So in the eye of the Lebanese people now, we've had enough of this constant attack, if you want, sense of hatred that Iran shows at every opportunity to the Arabs and then to the Arab state. And then we never considered Iran as an enemy to us until recently, where the Lebanese people, started to think that maybe Iran is no better than Israel, especially when it comes to the interest of the Lebanese people and then of Lebanon as well.
I want to ask you what's left of Hezbollah. Your Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, is saying that the IRGC is in fact directing the operations in Lebanon. I'm wondering if that tells us something. Perhaps does it suggest that Hezbollah can't really handle this military operation on its own? What are your thoughts about what level of strength Hezbollah has left?
Obviously, the Iranian regime are wanting to always dictate and then control what's happening in Lebanon. Since the 2024 attack on Lebanon, a large number of the top personnel of Hezbollah have been assassinated. So obviously that means that there's no leadership anymore. So the Iranian regime decided to take control. And that's been going on since 2024 at a larger scale. But we know for a fact that the Iranian regime has its own personnel here, and then they co-controlled, if you want, the situation for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's not like Hezbollah can't control it, but I think the Iranian regime wants to have full control and more control over it now. We hope and we wish and we ask Iran to cease its interference with Lebanon.
President Joseph Aoun and his government were tasked by the United States well over a year ago to disband and disarm Hezbollah. And I wonder why you think they were unsuccessful in meeting that objective.
To be honest with you, Tom, I believe that obviously the government did all it can to be able to get the job done. Unfortunately, Hezbollah did not allow the army to do this job in the south of Litani. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, then the constant attacks by Israel did not help our government to be able to do their job. So I believe the president, the prime minister, the state of Lebanon has done all they can. They continue to do so, but obviously we need probably more support by the international community on a diplomatic scale to be able to get the job done, especially after realizing now, after 15 months of the initial agreement, the 27th of November 2024, after 15 months of the agreement, we thought that Hezbollah is going to come to their senses. Obviously, they didn't. So in my opinion, I don't think the government can do any more before starting to escalate the issue and, God forbid, get to a civil unrest. I believe the decisions and the resolutions just issued by the government last week, they talk for themselves. They are a clear sign that the Lebanese government is against the armed section of Hezbollah, and obviously we need Hezbollah to be able to realize that we can't go back to the previous era of Hezbollah being a key player in this deciding the future of the country. Now we have a sovereign president, we have a sovereign government, we have a sovereign country and a state, and we want Hezbollah to be able to stay within limits as to not cause more issues to Lebanon.
Okay, and I mean, some people are calling this conflict Hezbollah's last stand, and I wonder whether you think it is indeed their last hurrah, or whether you think that is wishful thinking.
Well, we hope it's the last, if you want, the last war that Hezbollah initiates, and the last war that gets forced upon us, the Lebanese people, because Hezbollah has some arms. We hope that with the disarming of Hezbollah, there will be no reason for an attack on Lebanon. While we say that, we are aware that Hezbollah as a political party has the right to exist, has the right to be part of the political system if they acknowledge that they will no longer hold any arms, and then if they are willing to be part of the Lebanese political system without threatening anyone else. But if it's not, if this is not the case, then we don't believe that this will be the last of the wars. We believe that there will always be a threat in the region, and we will always be a threat to the Lebanese people. As long as Hezbollah has arms, and as long as Hezbollah refuses to surrender their arms, there will always be a reason to have issues in Lebanon, and especially if there is no peace and there is no agreement of truce.
Okay, I mean, just to wrap up, I mean, a lot of people we're speaking to seem to think that an escalation is likely and that Israel will opt for a ground invasion. And I'm wondering what an all-out Israeli invasion of Lebanon would mean for your country.
It's devastating. I mean, we can't really imagine what the consequences will be. I was very young, very, very young. when the 1982 invasion happened, but I hear stories about it, and then it's something that we would like to forget. And now, I mean, we don't even know what can happen. Obviously, we are starting with the displacement of a huge number of the population. And then if that invasion takes place, and then if it stays for a long period of time, that means this displacement will actually change the demographic of the Lebanese people. And then obviously, not to mention the economic issues we currently have. Obviously, this, they will be escalated and then they will be enlarged. And I mean, God knows what's going to happen in terms of civil unrest with these issues. We hope that there will be no invasion. We expect that it's probably imminent, but we hope then with some diplomatic effort, we are able to prevent Lebanon from being invaded. Once again, we call on the friends of Lebanon to put, I know they're putting a lot of effort, to put probably a bit more effort and have more faith in us as the Lebanese people and as the Lebanese government, and don't give up on us. And then hopefully they'll be able to stop the invasion if the decision has been taken to do it. And then obviously we should start to negotiate directly, indirectly. It doesn't matter, as long as the interest of the Lebanese people is at stake, which we should start negotiating. We support the president with this initiative. But if the invasion happens, to answer your question bluntly, Tom, I think that we will have a horrendous situation in Lebanon.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Ihab Matar, member of the Lebanese Parliament. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
One, two.
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose the route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bowe, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that.
And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time, and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I had trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun. That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge. I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon. Hey, you're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Perfect.
Oh!
In circle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this. I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
There are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASA facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3, but when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force-induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of Gs.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes! I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually helped for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
I struggle to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them thanks to Jeff and Lauren. and the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and returned back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school, and there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs, and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of like failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings. from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party, and they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college, she's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative. And I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you are going to get up, you are going to be present, you are going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, you know, what if I created a company And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built Stemboard. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. You know, we make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. You know, running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as Stemboard engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that the students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
You know, I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I mean, I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, I mean, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society, and then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate. It's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6. Who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7. What's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9, spacesuits, fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10th, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Now, we are more than 2 weeks into this joint US-Israeli campaign in Iran. Let's get a view now on how Americans feel about this military operation and what political risks this carries for President Trump and his party just 7 months ahead of the midterm elections. Let's bring to the conversation Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from Chicago. Greg, great to have you with us. US presidents traditionally get a bit of a boost in the polls when they begin military action. That's not happening, is it?
No, it's not. I think, there's probably a few reasons for that, Tom. One is, we live in a really partisan world right now. 80+ % of Republicans are supporting the president's efforts, and only 20% are supporting it from the Democrats, or I could say 80% are against it. And so that's just about the same with every policy, every issue that comes up. It's really partisan. So no matter what President does, what President Trump does, the Democrats are going to be critical of him. Frankly, I think the Democrats actually are against the U.S. military here. They want the U.S. to lose, which is really a shame. It's really horrible. But I do think the second reason is, a lot of the critics of this are getting their inputs from the mainstream media, which is also very much against the war and very much against President Trump. So, there's countless examples of the headlines, being really negative. We're seeing a war that's completely asymmetric. I mean, it's unbelievable how successful the American military, as well as the Israeli military, have been against Iran. It's basically unfair to a certain degree. And yet a lot of the media is coming up with, finding flaws with how the U.S. military is approaching the conflict and even ignoring the successes. It's crazy.
Quite a lot of America's traditional allies don't seem particularly interested in joining the war effort, do they? And I'm just wondering whether you sensed in President Trump's tone last night, a sense of frustration, perhaps fair to say he's aggrieved at those allies. What are your thoughts?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think he's frustrated. I mean, there's a few reasons. One is I think he just sees it as unfair that the U.S. has, for 80 years now, protected the shipping lanes around the world for the great benefit of our allies. I'm not sure that the European militaries are even capable of helping. And even if they were, we don't really need them, but it would be nice. I think the president is maybe, annoyed with just the fact that they haven't come to support him and the U.S. military. So, I'm not that surprised. But again, I don't think they could really move the needle. The best example is the United Kingdom, where both of the carriers are not really able to sail right now. And even the destroyers getting to the region, they had to depend on France to defend the airbase in Cyprus. And so, the president understands that any contributions from the European allies would be somewhat performative. But I think even that kind of support, or even payment, or economic or budget support would be helpful. But I don't see it coming anytime soon. And also, there's the political challenge in Europe. The Labour Party, for example, in the UK is completely dependent on the Muslim vote. Now, granted, there's the different types of minority populations in the UK, but generally speaking, they are dependent on the Muslim vote. And I think they're really nervous about any support for Iran, even though other Muslim countries in the Gulf are on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, there are those in the United States, too, who are on the political right, who say they feel betrayed by this decision to enter this war. You've got people like Tucker Carlson and the podcast, the Joe Rogan, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if there are any others that I've missed out. But I mean, who would you say are the most audible opponents there in the US at the moment?
Well, definitely, you just named them, Tom. And look, they do have a big following. But I think in this case, it really is just a handful of the podcast crowd that are opposing the war right now. As I mentioned earlier, 83% of Republicans are for it. And in fact, what's interesting, Tom, is the MAGA Republicans are actually polling in the 90s. So, contrary to some of the media angles on this that say, that claim the MAGA right is very much opposed to it, or there's a split in the party. It's actually the MAGA wing of the Republican Party that's even more for this effort or more supportive of it than the traditional country club types.
Yeah, I mean, when you listen to some of what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, she's saying was the effect that this war is less about America first, it's more about Israel first. I mean, are you detecting, is she a lone voice in the GOP and having what sounds like anti-Israel sentiment?
I think she is, Tom. And again, you could see it in the polling with just massive support from the party in general. And this is America first. I mean, we have people in the region. We had 600 soldiers lose their lives because of Iranian IEDs. We've got bases all over the Middle East, as you well know, and now our allies are being fired on. But this didn't start 2 weeks ago. This started in 1979. So I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and others like her are really missing the point here.
Now, we've seen and heard quite a bit of from senior figures in the Trump administration, not least the president himself, but also Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. I'm just wondering whether there's a sense that, apart from President Trump, who are we hearing the most from, and who's perhaps playing their cards most skillfully and rising in the estimations of the party and the American people these last couple of weeks?
No, it's a great question, Tom. I think it's probably a handful of the cabinet. It started out, especially in those first few days, and especially the first week, with Marco Rubio. His stock is really rising. He was in front of the cameras quite a bit that first week. I think following that, you've seen more of Pete Hegseth, who's done an incredible job. The track record, in spite of the casualties, which are always horrible and really sad, but there has been minimal casualties here, given the fact that we've taken out 95% of the Iranian offensive capabilities. We've taken out basically all of their defensive capabilities, and now we're striking on the manufacturing facilities that produce the missiles and produce the drones. So Pete Hegseth is I think, doing a victory lap. And the third one is the Treasury Secretary, who's, in spite of not being directly involved in the execution of war, or even officially in diplomacy, he is very much a great diplomat for the United States, and he's been very, very visible on this conflict and has been in the Situation Room and the Oval Office quite a bit.
One of the things that's really at the forefront of people's minds in America right now, and you're there and you would know better than me, is, of course, affordability. And I'm just wondering how this conflict is playing out in the United States and what effect it's having on U.S. consumers already.
Another great question. And look, on the ground, there is no effect. Now, the media is trying to convince people that there's an effect, and they're talking about this existential crisis of higher gasoline prices. Yes, gasoline prices or petrol in the U.S. have gone up. So that's the one thing that is actually affecting people. But remember, most of the energy consumption in the U.S. outside of driving is natural gas. The natural gas prices haven't moved because natural gas trades on regional prices or in regional markets. And because we are the world's largest producer, that it's not moving the needle at all because we're completely independent. And even on oil, yes, it trades on a global market, so ultimately gas prices will be affected. But I think you'll need to see $90 to $100 a barrel oil for at least 3 months for gasoline to get to $4 a gallon. That's not likely. So I think much of the effect on the voter or the consumer is greatly exaggerated. It's really perception exaggerated by the media. So and remember also, Tom, during other crises, we've seen oil spike well above 100 and much higher prices than it's trading now in the mid 90s. First of all, secondly, the President Trump has really liberated the energy sector. So now we once again are the world's largest producer of both oil and natural gas. So it's really mitigated the volatility and the potential increases on gas and oil prices to the point where, combined with deregulation and surely, tax reform, I don't think you'll see an effect on the economy that you might have seen, during other crises. And during the Biden years, when they were really hostile to the energy sector, gasoline was well above the levels that we've seen here in the U.S., with the exception of the last 2 weeks. We're at, call it $3.40, $3.50, maybe $3.70 a gallon. It's $5 in California because of their, British-like energy policies. But, we saw, well over $3 average in the Biden years. It was $2.69 in 2019. It was $3.30 during the Biden years pre-Ukraine. And then after Ukraine, it was up to $4. So most of the energy inflation in the U.S. is because of bad policy. That's not the case right now.
Greg, we're 7 months away from the midterms. Obviously, all of this politically quite risky for President Trump. He needed a boost, and the GOP needed a boost heading into the midterms, and they haven't got it yet. Do you think they're going to get it? Do you see President Trump and do you see this situation in Iran being turned around in time for that boost to materialize?
Without a doubt, because we are winning and we will win. It's just a matter of, will the media finally admit it, and will the Democrats finally admit it? I think they will. Now, that doesn't mean he'll poll at 80 like George W. Bush did, after 9/11 and in the early stages of the war. His father, George H.W. Bush, was polling at 80 after Desert Storm and lost an election a year later, which is incredible. But so I don't think he gets to 80, of course. But this president, and I'm not sure any president can really ever poll above 55, but he'll definitely improve from where he is now. I'm not sure that's going to win the midterms for us, because it's really difficult for the party in power to win. It can be done, and in fact, George Bush did it in 2002 because of that 9/11 tailwind. I'm not sure that that's doable, but I think this particular issue will actually help the president in a few months or a few weeks even when it's concluded. We've got to get this over with and then get back to focusing on the economy. If he does that and everything goes well, there's a chance we can hold the House.
Okay, obviously we're talking here about President Trump, who has survived multiple scandals, 2 impeachments, criminal convictions. You sound confident that he is going to weather this storm and this is going to turn out to be a gamble that will pay off longer term.
Yeah, and Tom, I wouldn't say that if there was any doubt about what's happened so far in the war. If there were more casualties or there wasn't that, almost 1,000% batting average in terms of the execution. This is 7,000 targets, and plus the Israelis have had 9,000 targets. The track record so far is almost perfect, which you don't often see in armed conflict. So, I think this will end up being a winner for him, but I don't think it necessarily will be the most important thing to voters. And we saw that, but in the past, I think it's all about the economy. It's all about the pocketbook issues.
Okay, well, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
Now, it's been just over a year from that now infamous Oval Office showdown, during which President Donald Trump told Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, "You don't have the cards." But things might have changed. Perhaps Ukraine does have the cards. Well, with cheap Iranian drones causing widespread disruption across the Gulf, perhaps Ukraine can help with some affordable drone interception technology. Well, let's get more on this now with Ivan Stupak, who is a military expert, former officer of the security service of Ukraine. He joins us from Kyiv. Ivan, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you this. What does Ukraine have to offer and to whom?
Good day, studio. First of all, what Ukraine have to show to Arabic world and to Middle East in order to intercept Iranian-produced Shahed drones. Since October 2022, we first met with such kind of munition, and now we've got lots of experience how to deal with such kind of threat. Just for you to understand the numbers, in 2025, there are approximate number of Shahed type drones which were sent on Ukrainian soil. It's about 55 3,000 of drones, just to understand what kind of threat. So now we do have such kind of intercepting drones to intercept these huge, big Shahed drones, which could be with size of 3 meters long. So we've got bullet-shaped intercept drones, which are really small one, which could reach the speed about 250 or even 300 kilometers per hour. And what is a great advantage? They're extremely fast, they are cheap, and they are reliable. So main idea is to launch them from a small pad to reach the target and to destroy it. The cost production of this type of bullet drones is about but up to $5,000. So it's a maximum price. But some of models could be even cheaper. So, and what is one more advantage? They could be produced really fast, really quickly. Within weeks, we could enrich number of produced drones, and these drones could be sent on the Middle East. But moreover, it's not just this drone with propellers. It's a system. It's an ecosystem. What I mean? The laptop, the software, the hardware, which connects all groups which are located on huge territories. It's radars, sensors, which allows to detect this drone from the very high distance and allows these groups to intercept this particular drone in the particular area.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you can basically address the threat of these $20,000 Shahed drones with a similarly cheap solution, not a multi-million-dollar solution, which is what is here at the moment. So, how and when can you get your tech operational, especially in the Gulf, where it's needed right now?
As far as I know, the several of Ukrainian groups now currently are based on the Middle East. I don't know exactly where they are exactly. Emirates or Saudi Arabia, I don't know. Keep it in a secret. And now they are testing and shows to local authorities how good are Ukrainian interceptors. It's such kind of a presentation. In case of government of Gulf countries will be satisfied with results, we could start producing these drones to deploy them to Middle East countries and to protect them. So we're also able to teach local authorities, local government, local military forces how to deal with this part of equipment and how to intercept these Iranian drones. But here is the issue. Now, currently, we are dealing in Ukraine with the 6th generation of these Shahed type drones. So we have to understand that nowadays these drones which you are dealing right now, they could be transformed into something sophisticated, more equipped more cutting edge technologies. So it's a constant chase. You have to be able every day to upgrade your facilities, to upgrade your equipment, of course, with Ukrainian help. Right now, I could see the strategy is the next. We do have technologies. We do have in Ukraine facilities, but we are suffering from the lack of funds. On other hand, countries from the Middle East, they have money, but doesn't have exact facilities, expertise, etc., etc. So your finance and our facilities, they could be combined, and the outcome, I think, will be great within several weeks.
But does Ukraine have the manpower and the resources to spare in order to help out other countries? After all, you've got a war of your own to fight.
Look, President Zelensky, he expressed a willingness to help Gulf countries with protection against these drones. And we are not talking about hundreds or thousands of Ukrainian soldiers which are deployed on the Middle East. So we're talking about several dozen of groups, and they are located on the Middle East for several days. Will be located. They're conducting training operations, and then they will go back to Ukraine. About Ukrainian facilities, we're able to produce much more these drone interceptors comparing which we are doing right now. But the lack of funds, lack of money, lack of investments just stops us. So in this way, as I mentioned before, money and the expertise and the facilities could be combined, and as I told you before, the outcome should be great within several weeks.
Okay, then, so what you're saying is that if Gulf countries and other allied nations buy your interceptors, they're giving you the money your country, Ukraine, needs in order to win that war, and those countries are receiving the technology to defend themselves against these very same Iranian Shahed drones. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correctly. And once more, during Ukraine will produce drones to send them to the Middle East, we also increase our production. It's a win-win strategy. But moreover, Gulf countries will just play the time. You will win the time, because while we will produce your drones for your protection, you could start your own producing lines somewhere far away from the Gulf, somewhere from Iranian border, somewhere underground. I think it will take you maybe from 6 months to 12 months, but you can start your own production, producing lines, and you also will be protected with your own producer drones.
Does this also give Ukraine another spin-off benefit in the form of something of a diplomatic boost for President Zelensky and for Kyiv generally? What do you think of that?
Yes, I will say definitely, because we would like to increase our connection with Gulf countries, because lately we don't pay so much attention towards this region, and I think it's a great opportunity to establish good ties with the Gulf countries, because we've got a same threat. As I say oftenly, you can choose your enemy, but you cannot choose your neighbor. So currently, right now, Arabian countries, Gulf countries, they're facing the threat from Iran for decades from now, and there is no possibility that the regime will change, will switch to some democratic regime. So I think situation will remain the same, and you have to be ready to withstand with this threat in the future.
What do you think it says about the arms industry? The fact that we've got cheap drones and now we've got cheap interceptors as perhaps the preferred solution and the preferred weaponry of two sides in a war. Does that mean that the old guard, the old expensive multi-million-dollar rockets, Patriot missiles, all the rest of it is perhaps somewhat redundant today?
Yeah, there is opinion that all these tanks, such as Abrams, anti-aircraft system like a Patriot system, TAT system, which are with enormous tech price, they could be considered as obsolete, but I don't think so, because of course they are very effective against cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, etc., etc. Of course, tanks and battle taxi remains very important on a battlefield, as well as a huge F-35 combat jets, but their tech price is enormous. But on other hand, let me show you. This type of small, sophisticated and very cheap drones, which this particular Ukrainian produced drone costs about $500. It could carry about 3 kilos of explosive materials. It's enough to damage most advanced tanks such as Merkava or Abrams, etc., etc. So it's enough. But okay, you remember. But on other hand, this is big one. It's much bigger. It's able to totally destroy one tank in one hit. So we have to pay attention on the modern technologies and on the small cutting-edge technologies which are able to switch game on a battlefield.
Wow, I think it's the first time on this program we've had people doing a show and tell with materials to show the camera. Really appreciate you doing that. Just one quick question before we go, and this is not necessarily related to drones or their interception. Some of the analysts whose work I'm reading are saying there's one clear winner in this Iran war so far, and his name is Vladimir Putin. What do you make of that theory?
Okay. On a first glance, of course, the only one country which gains all benefits from this war, it's Russia Federation, because the oil prices skyrockets about more than $100 per barrel, and the Russian oil also goes up, and it increased number of money which Russian budget could get. But on other hand, I could state that it's this advantage is so limited in time, and I think it won't have great impact on Russian economy. It won't have a great impact on a situation on the battlefield, because both Ukraine and Russia, they're exhausted. And I think you definitely know there is a situation, sometimes appears a situation when you've got money, but money worth nothing. Money can buy you happiness, money can't buy you win in a long time war. So I think money won't change the situation here.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you talking to us. Ivan Stupak, military expert, former officer in the security service of Ukraine. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full